Alright guys, so this is going to be the introduction video to how to build Pong inside of Unity. So if you guys don't know what Pong is, it was actually the first game ever created officially. And it was basically a small game requiring minimal amounts of assets and art styles to basically play. So the systems back then, which didn't run very powerful, would be able to run that. So basically, with the introduction, so we say sometimes as game developers we need to learn smaller things, not like things that you can really publish, but like little test projects, and just so we can learn more knowledge in coding. And that's basically what we're doing here. This is perfect for beginning and intermediate coders. Pong was the first game ever made in 1972. In this tutorial series, we're gonna be updating it a lot. In a way, we're going to be making sound design, textures. We're making a bunch of scripts. We're gonna be making a remastered Pong. Which I think is gonna be really fun. So for this, you're going to need Photoshop or GIMP or any type of photo editing software. You will need the basic layout of Unity known, but we are going to go over that anyways, so it's not a requirement. So don't be scared if you don't exactly know how to do that, or you don't know everything, because I will show you guys in depth and pretty slow. This project's going to be slower than all my other ones. Anyway, so session 1, we're going to be setting up the project, just starting at the basic one. And number 2, we'll be making our character art assets and everything. We're going to be making some nice character assets, and it's going to be fun. Then in session 3, we're going to be coding up the character movements, adding an animation, and polishing up the level. And then session 4, we're going to create the enemy and ball. So basically, we have the character, he moves up and down, and then the enemy hits the ball, and it goes to you, you hit it back, and so on, so on. And then we're going to have saving, like a save system, and so we could save the last score and also the high score, and then we'll do build settings. Excuse me. All in all, this is going to be a really fun tutorial series. I saw it requested heavily on the project suggestions page, which it had a fair amount of suggestions, so I decided that, well, people want it, so yeah, see, 3,000, so people want it, so I decided I would teach it. It's fairly simple. It should only take us right around 5 hours, maybe even 4. At the most 6, but I'm gonna probably aim for that 4 or 5 hour mark. But anyways, this is gonna be really fun, and I really hope you all will join me and enjoy it. And yeah, that's it for this introduction. If you guys have any questions, my Discord is in the in overview, and my email is also going to be there. And yeah, if you ever have any problems with the code or anything, just send me a message. I'm always free, and I always am down to do solo sessions with helping. If you have any questions about really anything game development required, you can always email me, message me on Discord, or anything. Anyways, hope you guys all did enjoy this little introduction, and yeah, have a nice day. Hello everyone, today we're going to be doing our first session in the How to Make Pong in Unity tutorial series. Now, the first thing you're going to want to start off by doing is creating a new project, kind of like this. And you want to make sure that you put the title. I name mine Pong-live.edu. Then you want to go ahead and make sure you click 2D on the templates. This is going to start us in a 2D scene to make sure that we're all set up. And then go ahead and click create. I've already gone ahead and created mine, but it can take a while to actually create sometimes. So yeah. Basically, first of all, we are going to make our assets folder and get it all nice so we can have it organized. So first we're going to create a folder. Actually, I'm going to show you guys a couple things. So if you right click right here in this project folder, this is called the project folder. This is your file list, and this is the this is your folder list, and this is your file list. This is where all the folders are, and this is where all the folders and files are. I prefer having mine set up kind of like this, just because it helps me personally. So first of all, let's go ahead and create. We're gonna right click, go up to create, and click folder. We're gonna call this folder scripts. We're gonna do that same thing again, and we're gonna call it materials. We're gonna do that same thing again, and we're gonna call this textures. We're actually gonna do that again. I know, surprising. We're gonna call this art, and then we're gonna go ahead and click on materials, hold control, and click on textures, and then drag both of those into art. Now we're gonna go ahead and create folder, and then we're gonna call this sprites. So that's that basically created and stuff. So I just kind of want to show you around the Unity hierarchy and inspector and everything. So this is the hierarchy. This is where the objects in your scene are actually located. So this basically means that if you have a camera in your scene, which is used to show the game view, yours will probably look like this. If you have a camera, which is used to see the game view, then it is here. And see, if we press game, we have this scene right here. And this is the This is the game menu. If you actually click play, this is where your game will actually play. Although there's nothing here because we don't have a game yet. Now this is the inspector panel right here. What this is it's basically the place where you can edit all the variables of different objects. Now, as daunting as this may seem, this is actually pretty simple to learn after you get the hang of it. Basically, right here, we have the camera, which is basically the camera that shows you the game. You can see this is why we actually had set it to 2D, because it automatically sets all these variables to be compatible and perfect for 2D. Now, up here, we have these little like toolbars, and go file. You can create a new scene, open scene, save as, and then you have build settings, which we will get a lot more into later on. You can build to PS4 if you have that license. I unfortunately do not anymore because I stopped paying for Unity. Anyways, if you go over here to edit, you have a bunch of different things here. We'll get more into a lot of these later on. We're going to go to preferences real quick, and I'm going to tell you guys that go to general, and you're going to look at all this stuff, and if you have paid for Unity, you can use the dark theme, which is amazing. You can also go ahead, and this is actually where all of our stuff is going to be in 2D. Sorry about that, I just hit my mic. But you can also go ahead, UI scaling, and then GI cache. GI cache can get really big sometimes, so just make sure that you always clear that. Now, if you go to external tools, this is actually the most easy, well, not easy actually, this is the most important thing ever. Your external script editor, you can have multiple. I prefer Visual Studio's 2019 or 2020. I would recommend 2019 Community, but you can use really whatever you want or whatever you have. So, there's that. Basically, so now we have the assets. We're not gonna really get into these for a while. The game object, this is actually where you actually will see most of your stuff. So we are going to be mostly working with 2D objects. And so the main object we'll be using is called the sprite. Now what a sprite is a sprite is basically a image that acts, well, it's just an image that is on the screen that is viewed by the camera. we only have like this here. Like, see, if you click this circle here, you can actually see what images you have that can be used. We'll click on UI sprite here, and if we press F, we can zoom in. See, we only have that, which isn't actually in view by the camera. Or actually, it is, but it's too small to see. So let's go ahead and increase that. Or not. Well, alrighty then. No, never mind. Oh, okay. Um, so basically, generally we won't use those though, just because you'll have like your art assets and you just drag them in and they automatically are made into sprites. Um, what else? There is a bunch of different things you can do. There's empties, which are called game objects, and game objects can be used for anything from mechanics to holding items together. So, if we were making a world, we would want to have a game object called world, and then in that we would have trees, grass, duplicate that. We'd have sticks. If you guys are wondering how I'm duplicating, I'm pressing Control D, which is used to duplicate in all these things, including folders and stuff. You press Control D, you duplicate, and then yeah. So another thing you can do is Control S. It'll save your scene. You want to always remember to save your scene often because that's the most annoying thing ever when your Unity crashes and you haven't saved your scene. So there's that. So also to create a new scene, Control N, and we already have a scenes folder. It's automatically made. This sample scene is what we were in. So, but game objects can be used like that. There's a bunch of different things here. Actually, we could still go over. The main camera, W is the move tool. I always call it the transform tool, but that's actually I think this or something else. Okay. But anyways, so basically you press W here, you get this little tool which allows you to actually move this around as if it were just, just move it around as an object. If you hold shift, all right, I lied. Oh, here you can toggle the visibility of the grid, but that's not really important. We actually want the grid. So if you press E, you have the rotation, which allows you to rotate it. We don't need rotation very much because this is a 2D game. T is the transform tool or the rectangle tool, which is only used by sprites, which we will be using a lot because of this 2D tutorial series. R, which is the enlargement tool, which allows you to expand something based off of all three dimensions. In this one, we only have 2 dimensions, so we have 2 little squares here that we can use here to edit. And then we have Y, which is all of them combined into one. And then you have custom tools, but we don't have any custom tools with us in this project. But this is all of them combined into one. The move, and you got enlarge. Anyways, but those are those tools. Let's go ahead and set this in the transform. This is basically where the object is at in the scene and how big it is and what's the rotation. So we'll go ahead and set this to 0. 0, the perfect center of everything. Now, there's 3D objects, but we don't need to learn about these. There's the UI system, which we are going to use probably a lot. And so you press UI, and there's image. And this creates a canvas. What a canvas is it's basically your GUI. See, you can do anything here. If you put a little rectangle there, it pops up here. But don't get me wrong, this is not your game though. This is just your user interface, which allows you to press buttons, do a bunch of stuff. We will get more into that later because we'll probably make a little main menu type thing. You'll see an event system. This basically means this helps you. This helps the events actually run on the canvas. Without it, it won't work. So go ahead and delete all those. So again, I apologize if I'm talking a little bit fast. So then we have the asset store. Now this is where we're going to find a fair amount of our 2D assets. If you want to find specific 2D assets, go ahead, right click, maximize. And then you want to scroll down to this 2D section. You would click right there, check it, and it would search for 2D assets. See, now what you can do is you can go ahead and scroll down and click on free assets. Now you have all these free assets. Now the problem is that some developers will actually tag their things as 3D when they're 2D when they're not. So what we do here is we'll go to environments, and now we'll have a bunch of really pretty 2D sprites. We aren't going to import or download any of these yet, although we will use them most likely. But we also might not, because we aren't really doing that much. We might have like custom backgrounds. We'll probably make that into this. But yeah, there's the asset store. Then we have the animator, which we won't need to get into for a while. But here's the console. Now the console is right next to the project file or project tab, and basically it shows you where the errors are in your code, in your anything. So if we go and we press right click again and go over to create, you'll see there's 1.5 million things here. We're only going to really have to worry about a couple things: animation, material, scene, and C# script. Oh, and folder. Now a C# script is basically a script that we write in code, which we will go through very, very slowly, hopefully. Sometimes I go a bit fast. But again, the good thing is that you guys can rewind and watch and watch and watch. Now, basically, what else do we need to go over? Animation. Animation is done right here. This is the animation section. If we click on main camera, we click create, we would be creating a new animation. And then basically press W, scroll out, scroll in, scroll out to move around, middle mouse to move. You can also use right click. So like, let's click on the main camera here. We'll click on this little red record button. And then what we need to do first is we actually need to go over here, copy the component, and then we just move this around, and then we paste the component values. And then for 30, we'll just move this over here like that. And now you'll see that we have this little move animation here. That's how animation works in a sense. A quick and easy one. And yeah, although we don't need that, so we're actually just going to delete that. Anyways, yeah. So, basically, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to explain to you guys why Unity is actually it's actually my favorite, personally, engine. And that is because, especially for 2D games, this is a very good engine for 2D games, because you have all these already pre-built 2D assets, but like in engines like CryEngine and Unreal, which are mainly built for 3D games, you don't have as much 2D support. With Unity, that's actually where most 2D games are made. So you got your visual novels, which are often made in Ren'Py actually, but you got like your visual novels, you got your a lot of things, and people do multiple things in Unity. You can actually use Unity to make movies. You can use it to animate, to make animation. Even you can use it for 1.5 million things, and it's really fun too. Anyways, that's actually gonna mostly do it. This is gonna be a very short session. Not that fast. I keep saying a lot. I'm so sorry. But basically, that's all we really had to go over, was that. And yeah, that's basically it. I guess we could talk about the project settings. So actually, go ahead and go over here to edit, and then scroll down to project settings and click here. So I'm going to go ahead and explain a couple of these things. So Here, we'll go ahead and we'll right click here and maximize this. This is the audio tab. We don't really have to worry about this. Mostly it's already preset to be perfect for us. So if we go down here, this is going to be the most place where we're going to have to go. Graphics. So you have very low, low, medium, high, very high, ultra. And basically, you'll see there's a bunch of settings here. If we go to very low, you'll see texture quality is set to half res, which basically means it lowers the resolution of the texture by half. So basically, if you have a 4K texture, you have a 2K texture instead. Or if you have a 1080p texture, you have like a 480p texture instead, which is generally the case. Basically, it makes the textures look worse to boost performance. Then you have Ultra, which has full res, pixel light count, which basically means the pixel light. Yeah, it's pretty self-explanatory there. You have shadows, which is a very big thing. Disable shadows should not be on that. Actually, it should because it's a 2D game. And yeah, that's those. Then you have the player settings, which are going to be saved mostly for our last video. But you have icons, you have your company name, your product name, your version number, you have all these things. But when we play the game, there's nothing here. Now, we will actually get into why there's nothing there and into fixing it, making it better, amazing. We will get into that the next time on our next session, which should be out pretty soon. Anyways, I hope you all did enjoy this session, even though it was short and I was kind of going a little bit fast. Sorry, this session really isn't super duper important for people who have already had the basic knowledge of Unity. But yeah, so anyways, I hope you all did enjoy. If you did, you did not the like button. This isn't YouTube. Anyways, yeah. See you all in the next one. So there are a couple things we're gonna have to cover in this session. This is gonna be session 2, where we're gonna make our art assets for the game. But there's a couple things we're gonna actually cover. We're actually gonna go over what Pong is in general, the idea behind what it is, basically just a bunch of different things. We're gonna go ahead. We're gonna create our character assets. We're going to create backgrounds for the game. We're going to create the enemy script, not the enemy script, sorry, the enemy sprite, the ball sprite. We're going to work on UI, text, and a bunch of other cool things that will make our game nice. We might start working on some effects, but not 100% sure about that yet. So, let's go ahead and get started. So the first thing we're going to do is we want to go to Google and we want to find some cool space backgrounds or just whatever you want. And you want to just go ahead and download these to wherever you would like. Me, I'm going to download them to my desktop. And then I'm going to download this one too, which I really like this one. It's kind of pretty. So I'm going to download this to my desktop and I will transfer them to Unity. And yeah. So what I'll do is you just want to go to the download folder where you save them and just drag them into Unity. It's very simple. Drag them into Unity, and it actually already set it to sprites because that's just how it automatically does it. So we'll go ahead and drag this into art, and then we'll drag this into sprite. Oopsies. We'll drag this into sprite. Oops, we only dragged one. Drag them both into sprites. We're gonna go ahead and create a new folder inside of here, and we will call this backgrounds. Go ahead and click on these, and we'll go ahead and we can put this one here for now. So we'll go ahead and put this like this, and you'll see that if we go into the game, we cannot see it apparently. What's wrong with this? What's wrong with this? What's happening here? Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and add a new layer, and we'll call this background. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and set this to the layer here. Order in layer. Blah blah blah. I'm actually not 100% sure what's happening here. I don't know why it's then UI. What's this set to see? Culling mask, nothing. Everything. Let's go ahead and click play. Sometimes it messes up and won't see it until you play. Depth only. Don't clear. Skybox. There we go. That was what it was. It was just the camera. For some reason, it starts the camera out too close on this axis here. I'm actually not at all sure why it does that. It's kind of stupid. But just go ahead and so 0 or set this to go ahead and set this to 1 on the Z axis, and that's how we'll do that. Is just by doing that. So that's what we'll do there. Is we'll set that to 1 on the Z axis. I don't know. That was weird. That's not happened to me. So now we have a background here, which we can click 16 by 9, do whatever we want with that. So now we have this here, and we're gonna go ahead and name this space background. Let's go ahead and create an empty object, and we'll call this backgrounds. And we'll drag this into here, and then we'll go ahead and we'll drag this one into the scene as well. This one right here, just hold left click and drag in, and then we'll go ahead and we'll just disable the space background, and we'll set this one also to 1, or actually this should be 0 0 0. Okay, there we go, and then we'll have this like that. Okay, so that needs to get fixed right there. There we go. So then we have that one, and we'll just go ahead and copy the transform on here, like that. Oh, I should probably explain that. I'm sorry. So we'll go ahead and click on the space background and go over to the inspector panel, and go ahead and right click and click copy component. Then we're going to go over to cool backgrounds, and we'll go over here, do the same thing, right click on the transform, but click paste component values. Now you'll notice it's not going to do exactly what this is done, and that is for a couple of reasons. The main one being that these are not the same images, so they are going to render out differently. So what we need to do is we just need to do this. We just need to press T, and so this is the transform tool, this thingy, or the rectangle tool. So you have W, E, R, T, and it goes through all of the tools here. T is this thingy here. I'm not 100% sure if I actually ended up explaining that. I do not like that. That seems very, very kind of gross. So we'll go ahead here, and we need to go ahead and we need to change the this filter mode. So let's go ahead, and if you scroll down, you want to click on this texture, scroll down to where it says advanced and expand this, and you want to click, let's go ahead and set this to point, and then we'll apply that. That didn't work out very well for us. Okay, so we just want to figure out which one will look better. That one does look better, but honestly, I don't like that one as much. So we're just going to go ahead and remove that, and we'll go ahead and we will find a different one here. I like this. This looks nice. Okay, so we'll just go ahead and sorry, I just got a new one, so it's just a different one. You can just, this shouldn't happen with yours. Just we'll drag this into here, do that, and we will do that. We're actually going to shrink it a little bit. Okay, and then of course we have to set this to 1. All right, and let's go ahead and shrink it a little bit. Let's go ahead and shrink it a little bit more. Okay, there we go. So now we have two backgrounds. And the one, so this is how layers work here. So you'll see that there's this thingy here called order in layers. So if we were to go ahead and set this to 12, then this one that's set to 0 would appear first. But if we set this one to 13, then 12 will appear behind it. So basically, the higher the number, the more it's going to appear. So we'll go ahead and we'll name this one pink gradient right here. If you're wondering, I'm pressing F2 to rename quickly. Otherwise, you can just right click and click rename. Again, I'm not going to go over a lot of these basic things just because they are very basic Unity things, but I will try to go over them as much as I can and like simply and quick. But basically, so if I set the space background to 144, it's going to appear before 0. But you can also set this to negative 128. So essentially, the higher numbers will appear in front of smaller numbers. So then if we do like blah blah, blah, that's going to appear. So, but we're going to actually set up a system to where the player can choose what background they want, or it'll be randomly generated. So let's go ahead and we'll stick with the space background for now. And we're going to launch into whatever your choice editor is. I prefer Photoshop, but GIMP works just the same and just as well. So we're going to launch into that, and yeah, we'll do that, which not take too long, but sometimes it does. But while we're waiting for this is a good time to mention Pong is a strategic game, which is kind of like table tennis. You know, actually, it's exactly like table tennis or ping pong, which is what some people call it. But basically, the premise is to hit the ball so that your opponent will miss the ball, and then you gain a point. So if you hit the ball and your opponent cannot hit the ball in time, then you get a point. It's just like a ping pong, you know. Again, that's hence why it's called Pong. But basically, we're going to go ahead and transition over here to Photoshop. So basically, we're going to go ahead and click Create New. And I like to do 1920 by 1080 and then shrink as needed. So basically, you just want to go ahead and click, you're going to have nothing here. And you'll just go ahead and go over here to width 1920, height 1080. Orientation, you want to have it to landscape mode. And then just copy these settings as they are. I'm going to go ahead and call this character sprites. So now we're going to have this little thingy here. And I actually like to, because we're going to be dealing with darker colors, lighter colors, we want to go ahead and make this background here black. And a lot of times you'll have this little lock button right here if you're in Photoshop. You just want to go ahead and click that. So anyways, I'm going to press Control-Shift-N to create a new layer. I'm not sure if it's how it works in GIMP or whatever you're using. And then I'm just going to create a rectangle like this. And then I'm just going to give it like a grayish, whitish color, and I'm going to do that. And that is essentially what the character is. So I'm going to actually give you guys a little bit of visualization of what Pong is. So you have a little ball. The ball gets hit by this, goes up here, ball gets hit there, gets hit down there, and then this guy misses it, and then this guy gets the point. I know, very complicated. Anyways, so what we're gonna do here is we're going to have two of these layers here. We're going to have two of these characters here, and we're just going to space them out kind of like that. And what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and put this layer 1. We're going to call this character. And this other layer that we created, we're going to call this enemy. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go into these blending settings. And you can obviously do yours however you would like, but I'm going to do mine by giving it some depth, giving it a little bit of a stroke so that it has a nice little kind of a feeling, like a nice color to it. I'm going to give it an inner shadow just a little bit. and not an outer glow. Outer glow is a bit much, but we're gonna give it a satin. We're gonna give it a different color on the inside, and then I'm going to cover with a gradient, kind of like that. Okay. Go ahead and put that a bit more there. We're gonna make it a little bit less depth. Cool. Now we have a small little character there, and just go ahead and copy layer style and then paste that on the enemy. Now, of course, we don't want the enemy being exactly the same as the character, so we're going to go over to this gradient, and I'm going to actually give him a reddish gradient, or maybe a grayer, like a. Let's go ahead and look at some of these. Like, I kind of like this one. We don't want them to be exactly the same, but we also don't want them to be completely different. So those look, I think, a little bit different from each other, but they also match at the same time. So go ahead and we'll close those layers, and we're going to go ahead and press Control Shift N. We're going to create a new layer, and we're going to call this one ball. And what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and create a hard round thingy here. And actually, that's perfect. I like that actually a lot. But we want to give the ball a little bit of a glowish thing. So we're going to go ahead and paste that layer style here. And then we're just going to give it like this here. Maybe a little bit smaller. Okay, brush, we're going to shrink down that. I think that that's fine there. So let's give it a glow. We're going to go ahead and we're going to give it an outer glow. There's that. So now let's disable the background and look at our stuff. So now we have these assets here. Not assets, we have these sprites here. This one I just feel is a little bit pixely. So we're going to actually go ahead and we'll disable the stroke here. That one doesn't really need one. But so let's go ahead and mess with this outer glow again and give it just a little bit there. So now we have this thing, you know, it goes bing, boom, you know. So then we're going to go ahead and press Control Alt S. And we'll go ahead and save to our computer. And then you just want to save wherever. I'll save it to my desktop. And you want to go ahead and name it Character Sprites or Character Sprite Sheet. And go ahead and click OK. And then what you want to do is you want to drag that that character sprite .psd or .gimp or whatever it is, and you want to drag that into your sprites folder. And then what you're going to basically do is I'm going to switch this back over here. Then what you're going to do is you're going to click here, and you'll notice that you only have one thing here. You have this sprite here, and you would be like, oh, well, that's weird. But basically, you're going to be wondering, you know, why do I not have these in separate casings? Like, you know, why can I not access them separately? And that is because we are stupid and we forgot to take off the black. So, whoopsies. Go ahead. Well, that was a mistake. Go ahead and just open that again, and then we'll just go ahead and take off that. I'll go ahead and show you guys real quick how to do that. Add a new window capture. Okay, and we'll go to Photoshop. So, there we go. Essentially, all you had to do, we just kind of didn't do this right. We just had to go ahead and go over here to Layer 0 and disable that, and then press Control S to save it. But now, let's go ahead and disable that. Back into Unity. Still, we cannot use these multiple different sprites. Now, you may be questioning why that is. Like, oh, why can't I use my sprites? You know, I just made a bunch. Now, that is because we have this sprite sheet to be only one sprite. What we need to do is we need to go over here we need to click on our sheet and go over to the inspector panel right here. And we're going to scroll down and we'll see sprite mode single. We want to click on that and set it to multiple. Then we want to go over here to the sprite editor. Make sure you click apply when it asks if you want to apply or cancel. So a fun little neat thing that Unity has actually done for us is we can actually go ahead and automatically slice things. So you just want to go ahead and you can either do it like this and highlight like that, which is probably a little bit better. But I don't really care for that. So we're gonna go ahead and click slice, automatic, and then we're gonna click slice. And then it will automatically generate boxes for us here. And then with this one, we're going to have to go ahead and shrink this one down, because obviously we don't want that being too big. You know, we don't want it being bigger than the actual ball. Or actually, we do want it that big because we do have a thingy. We'll go ahead and try that. We'll have that glow. So now we have 3 different sprites here. So I'll get to that. So like if you want to go ahead and drag the ball on here, then you have the ball. And if you want the... And yeah, like I said, that glow isn't really showing up. So we'll actually go ahead and click on Sprite Editor. And we'll just go ahead and lower that to kind of that more. Okay, we'll go ahead and apply that. And then that'll look a little bit better. So now we have this little ball here. And then we have our character and our enemies. So we have our character. We'll go ahead and make a new empty game object. And we'll call this sprites. Or actually, we'll call this game. And we will go ahead and drag our character, and then our enemy, and then our ball into there. Now, these should all be set to the order layer. We're going to set this to 999 because these appear in front of everything. Now, of course, we got to set it to the 1 because of Unity being kind of weird. So we'll go ahead and we will drag this one over here, which this will be our character. This one, which will be our enemy, which will be right here. And this, which will be our ball. And now we have kind of the basis premise of Pong. Except we don't have, obviously we don't have any scripts yet. So, basically what we're going to do now is we'll go ahead and we're going to work with a little bit of UI. So we're going to go ahead and click we're going to right click in our hierarchy. We're going to go to UI and we're going to text-text mesh pro. Now we're using text mesh pro because it is a standard package with Unity that comes and is very useful. So if you're it's gonna say import TMP essentials, just go ahead and click import there, and then it's going to load. Depending on how fast your CPU is, it could be really fast or really slow. So go ahead and after that's done, click X on that, and then you're gonna see this huge thing saying new text at the bottom. So we're gonna go ahead and click F on that, and it's gonna expand you out to this big old place here. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna press T, and we're just gonna shrink this down a little bit. We're going to go ahead and go over to our inspector now and scroll down and shrink our font size to where it looks a little bit better. And we're going to drag this to the top middle. And now we're going to go ahead and click over where it says Rect Transform. Click there. We're going to click this middle top one right here. Now we're going to name this title. Now I am just going to put Pong 2020. And then expand it if you need to, and then just recenter it. But one thing you're going to notice is if you go ahead and press Shift Space, that this doesn't shrink at all, or doesn't expand at all, and it just goes up. So what we want to do is we want to go over here and click on this canvas, and we're going to go ahead and put this to GUI. And we're going to go ahead, after that, we're going to go over to the inspector, we're going to scroll down, and we'll see UI scale mode. Now, it's going to be set to constant pixel size. We don't want that. What we want to do is we want to click that and set it to scale with screen size. Now, what it's going to do is it's going to, so if we have Shift Space, we can go ahead and drag that down a little bit more. So if we press Shift Space to maximize, you'll see that that increases. You'll see that this title actually will increase in size. And then if we have this big, expansive thing, it'll actually be smaller. But no matter what, the fun part about TMP or Text Mesh Pro is that it makes it so you can see this no matter what. So if you, in regular Unity text, like I'll go ahead and show you, if you have it, you can barely see it. Like, see, even if I set this thing to white, you still can't read it as well. So like when you go down to these lower font sizes, you can't really read it as well. because it gets pixely like that. But this one stays at a constant resolution. So we'll go ahead and name. I'm gonna name mine Pong 2020, and I'm gonna go ahead and drag it down just like that. I'm gonna go ahead and increase the size a little bit. You can also click on auto size, which is kind of helpful, and then you can go ahead and increase it like that, which is actually what I'll do here. And then you can shift space, and then you have your Pong game. If you click play, you'll notice nothing happens. That is because we obviously haven't actually coded anything. But one thing we are actually going to have to do is click on our game, and we're just going to click on character and enemy, and we'll add box collider, and then it'll say box collider and then box collider 2D. The difference between these two things is the box collider is for 3D meshes. Box collider 2D is for 2D meshes. So now you'll see that if we press F, our characters have this green outline around them that expands as we expand them. And then our ball actually doesn't have that green outline, which is a problem we need to fix. So we'll go ahead and we will click Add Component, and we're going to put Circle Collider. And you'll see Circle Collider 2D, we'll click that. And then it's going to be a bit too big. So what we want to do is we want to click Edit Collider, and then just want to drag this in to make it match our ball. Like that. And cool, there we are. So now all of our stuff actually has colliders. So let's say we were to, we'll go ahead and use this character as a floor. Let's go ahead and say we wanted to do this. Make this character a floor here by pressing R and expanding. And then we wanted to add this thing called a rigid body to a 2D rigid body. Then essentially this will actually drop down and land on that like that. So essentially what it means is that we have colliders. So that what colliders are is it means like what you collide with, which I think is pretty self-explanatory. But to explain this a little bit better, if we disable the collider, it will go through. If we enable the collider, it will not. So anyways, we don't need that character. That was just for testing. We can also go ahead and remove this rigid body. But yeah, so flip Y, X, Y. Don't really do this. But anyways, yeah, so basically now what we have here is we have a basis game that kind of works. But not really, because there's no actual scripting yet. It's just all sprites. But what we also want to do is we want to set up the scoring system. So let's go ahead and Control D on this title, and we're going to call this our score. We'll go ahead and we're going to drag this over on our side. And we're going to put this as 0 for the start. And we will go ahead and press F to go zoom to it. And we're going to put it like that. Just like that. And we shall go ahead and we'll go over here to this rectangle transform here. And we will go ahead and hover over this. And you'll see that we can drag to move the position here. So what we'll do is we will position it right here. Go ahead and drag it down a little bit. And we will set this, we'll grab over here, this is called the anchoring system. So you'll click here and you'll anchor it right there. You can also press Alt to set the position, but I wouldn't recommend doing that just because we don't really need to work on it. We don't really need to do that. So then go ahead and duplicate that and we'll call this enemy score. Okay, enemy score. So let's go ahead now and drag this enemy score over here and position it roughly in the same position, just on the opposite. So that looks similar, fairly close, maybe a little bit more to the right there. But then again, our character is also a bit off there. See, then sometimes you have things like that where it goes too fast, so we actually have to position it with our W tool, which is also known as the move tool, which can also be used as the 3D tool. I usually call it the 3D tool. I always forget the actual names, so I just call them what I call them. Like the T is the transform, R is the scalar, W is the I actually call them basically the same thing. I don't know. I don't really use the names very much. I just say the W tool, the E tool, the R tool, T tool. Uh, anyways, but basically now what we have is a little bit of a UI. So if we go ahead and press Shift Space, actually we need to set this one, the enemy score. We need to set that to this part. So let's go ahead and we press Shift Space. We go Control P, and now we have a semi like game type thing. Now we actually have something here. Essentially, is what we have. We have a scoring like UI. We have a title, and we have three sprites. We have the enemy sprite. We have the enemy sprite, the character sprite, and the ball sprite. Now, what else we need to do for this entire series? Because this isn't going to be a very long series, actually. Is we need to code in a couple things. We need to basically code in the ball script, which will actually send it flying towards the character at the beginning of the game, and then the characters will hit it and it'll actually bounce off. And the enemy AI will have to code into, which will basically make it so it moves towards the ball. And we'll have to code in the scoring system, the last score, and the high score, which is actually something we could do right now. We could not the coding, but we can do the type of like high score type system. So let's go ahead and Control D to duplicate, and we'll go ahead and we'll do high score, and we'll drag this down here. And we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna take off auto size. We're gonna go ahead and make that a little bit smaller, and we'll just go ahead and put that down there. And we'll say the high score is 0. So we'll go ahead and duplicate that, and then high score text, and then we'll go ahead and type high score. And we'll go ahead and expand that so it actually works there. And then we'll go ahead and do that. We'll add a thingy there, and then we got to anchor it to the bottom left, and then we want to drag this out past like that. And then we'll go ahead and just drag this, and we're going to go ahead and child this. Now, what a child to a parent is object. The parent object basically means that there is multiple objects within that object. A child basically can be edited by editing the parent object. So if you move the parent object, you also move the child object. So we actually have to set it like this, because the parent object is right here and it's actually in the middle. So go ahead and shift. Oh, we're playing. Okay, forgot to stop playing. Don't forget to play. Stop playing. And if you do, make sure you just press Control C on that thing right there, and it'll work out in the end. So basically, that's a good tip actually. If you are playing and you do a bunch of edits on like this system, or like you add something here, make sure you just press Control C on what you had created, and then stop playing, and then you could just paste it back in. And then we have high score, and then we could duplicate it, and then we could put right here last score. And then we can have that, and we can have last score. All right, and we could actually go ahead and we could put that over here to make it have a bit of a better kind of view. And now we actually need to drag high score a bit over there. So now we actually have two things. We have high score and last score, and we have it all nice, and our UI actually looks fairly decent. So if we go ahead and play, you'll see that we have high score, last score, we have our current score, and then we have our character, our ball, and our enemy. So basically, we are completely set up to start in the next session. Now, again, like I said, this session wasn't super long, 35 minutes maybe at the most. but we also didn't really have to go over that much today. Just essentially just really basic things. Yeah. One thing we are going to actually add later on is more sprites for the character. You know, like different different like character animations and stuff like that. So, one thing we forgot to do is we forgot to actually add the median line, which is very important when it comes to Pong because that's actually like determines whose side it's on. So let's go ahead and actually go back into Photoshop here, and we'll go ahead and we'll make this line here. It's like this, just a big line. We're gonna go ahead and Control Shift in. We'll make a new layer. And we'll call this median line. I completely forgot about that for a minute, which is bad because it's important. Anyways, so basically the thing is with this is we just have to basically create this square like that, copy the same layer style obviously, and paste that like that. But then we just go ahead and we take squares out and we just delete them like that. You have to be perfect, of course. You know, it's just a. Then we have these kind of a cool, like aesthetically pleasing line, kind of. Then again, mine's not really even, but that's fine. It really doesn't have to be. Remember, this isn't really meant for you to release to the public. This is because obviously copyright and stuff. This is more meant for you to just try out and have fun with. Um, but you just go ahead and delete lines kind of like this. You can also use the eraser tool. I just find it a lot easier to do this. Cool. So now we actually have this median line here. And go ahead and just Control S because we already have it saved as a PSD. And we'll just go ahead and go back to Unity. And Java has to update apparently, which just scared the crap out of me. So now we'll have this huge line in the middle, but we actually cannot use this automatic sprite editor to do this. So just go ahead and make a huge rectangle right here, like that, and just click apply. And now we have 4 lines here. So we'll go ahead and drag this one here. And go ahead and increase the size, like that. Ooh, it's a bit big, isn't it? Alright, and then, oh yeah, we have to drag this onto game. Set this to 1, and then set the order in layer to 999. I think. Where is it? It's kind of disappeared. Where'd it go? Oh, that's why it's small. I was wondering why it was so big. Okay, I was wondering why it had to be so big. It's because we're stupid. Anyway, so just go ahead and put that there like that. Again, 999. 1. There, that is. Okay, now the fun part about this is we have to position it perfectly in the middle. So, go ahead and perfect. Mostly perfect. Anyways, but we actually don't want this to be fully visible because if we do, then it kind of looks a little bit odd. So what we actually want to do is we're going to click on color here, and we're going to edit the alpha. Now, what the alpha is, it means how like transparent is it fully transparent? Can you see through it, or can you kind of see through it? And now this color tab has a lot. If you want to change the color to black, red, whatever you want, you can do that here. You can also use RGB, a bunch of different things. You can use that one, that one. There's a bunch of different things. But basically what you want to do is we want to go ahead and we want to set this kind of here, just so you can kind of see through it, but it's also not too see-through. Let's go ahead and disable this. Let's try with the pink gradient background. Let's see how that looks. I actually kind of like this better. Ooh, that's a bad right there. We actually just going to go ahead and disable the glow with both of these just because it doesn't really look that great. So let's go ahead and disable the outer glow here and save, and it should automatically update with everything. And nice. So now let's say you're playing the game and And now we have this, which actually should be in the game. We're gonna call this median line. And then you have, boom, hit, crosses over, hit, crosses over, bang, and then goes off. Now that is going to give this guy a point. But yeah, so basically that's actually going to be everything for today, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, again, today wasn't very much of a long session. It was kind of short. But nevertheless, I hope you did enjoy, and if you did, make sure to follow and rate. Anyways, yeah, guys, hope you all enjoyed, and have a nice day. Oh, I didn't show that at all, did I? Well, I'm not sure what I showed. Basically, just in case, I'll actually go through, and if I didn't, I will fix it. But anyways, alpha right here, click in here, there, and median line set, ball. Basically, what I was showing here, actually, I should have just shown the ball. So basically, what I was showing here is ball, hit, over, score 1 point for this guy. Anyways, yeah, that's basically it. I hope you all did enjoy. If you did, make sure to, yeah, do all the stuff. And yeah, stay tuned for the next session. Should be coming out soon. What is going on, everyone? Today we're going to be doing our third session in our How to Make Pong in Unity installments. That was stupid. In our third session of How to Make Pong in Unity tutorial series. Now, one thing you'll actually notice is that my stuff is just a little bit different. Now that is for a good reason. So if you go over to my Chrome here, you'll notice that I kind of sort of, yeah, I was having issues with Collaborate. Leave me alone. Anyways, I was kind of sort of having an issue because you see, this is how we left it looking, and you'll notice that mine looks just a little bit different. We'll just do this instead. Easier. Mine, it's supposed to look like this. Mine looks just a little bit different. Now, that is for a good reason. It's because I was stupid and I did not save the game scene. So that's something you always want to make sure that you are doing, is saving your scenes by pressing Control S or by going to File and clicking Save. That's something that you always want to remember, just because Unity likes to not save automatically for you, and it's for a good reason, but it also kind of sucks. And actually, one thing I'm going to do first here is let's go ahead and rename this to Game. And it's going to ask us to reload it. Go ahead, it's fine. But now it has like a better name to it, because I wasn't really enjoying sample scene 1 or whatever it was. But anyways, so first off, let's go ahead and what we're going to do first is we want to go ahead and make a new script. Because today we're going to be talking about creating the character controls. So what you'll notice is if we go ahead and start, if we go ahead and start our, wait, hold on, am I recording? I am recording, we're good. Got all scared there for a second. We start our game, you'll notice that our character doesn't move at all. Like we press up and down, nothing happens. The ball doesn't move, the enemy doesn't move, but you'll notice that if we go ahead and we go to add component, yours will look like this, and you type in rigid body, rigid. If you go ahead and click on this rigid body 2D, you'll notice that your character is going to start moving down, like this. See how he just went away there? We press Control Z, he goes back, Control Y. Well, there we go, there's that. He falls down. Now this is because a rigid body, as I kind of touched on a little bit earlier, basically adds physics to an object. It makes it so that gravity actually affects that object, which can basically make it so our character will move down when we're not touching him, or when we're not touching the controls, and then if we press up, he'll move up. But you'll notice that if we just add a rigid body, you'll notice if we press up, nothing happens. So let's go ahead and fix that. Let's go ahead and create. We're going to right click in our scripts folder, create C# script, and we're going to call this movement script. and just go ahead and double click it to open it. You'll notice that I had a little bit of something before. So basically, you're going to go ahead and open a script, and it's going to have this variable stuff in it. First thing you want to do with this is look at this. See, so basically, I'm going to explain some things here. Avoid start. Avoid start basically means when it starts, the game starts, it's basically going to do that. It's the first frame. It's played on the first frame, the stuff in here, as it says here. And then void update, which basically is an update called every single frame. Now, a lot of times, this can actually result in a little bit of an FPS loss, but it's also good at the same time. That's why you want to often avoid big, long if-else statements inside of that. Instead, you want to use a switch case instead of if-else. But we'll go back in, we'll get more into that another time. But we're gonna go ahead and just erase this comment here. This is this. If you add // basically it comments out. So what that means is it basically won't show. So the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna say public, which basically means that instead of being private, which private means that that variable can only ever be accessed by the script that it is in, public means the opposite. So it basically means that any script that references the movement script can access this variable. So public move speed. Oh, sorry, I did that wrong. Public float move speed. Semicolon. Now basically, what a float is it's basically any number that exists. So that includes 1, 2, 3, 1.5, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4, 2.1, 2. And so on and so on. And also the negatives, which is the direct opposite of an integer, which I'll show you. Public int move speed int. We'll do that. Now, what is it doing? Okay, that was weird. What a move speed integer is. Well, actually, so basically, the reason you don't want to use this, so basically, we're going to go ahead and type //. This means that, okay, by the way, guys, I just want you to know, don't write this in your script. This is not this. You want to write this variable right here, and that's it. I'm just going to explain the difference between these two things. So, like, if you want to reference, so let's go ahead and drag this onto our character. So the difference between move speed and move speed as an integer, if you go to 1, you'll notice that if you go ahead and drag this, it goes from 1 in any like decimal point, even in the negatives. But with an integer, it just goes up by ones. It only goes up by intervals. It only goes up by whole numbers. There can never be any, or not whole numbers. Is that what it is? I can't remember. Basically, it can never be a decimal. And you really do not ever want to use this when it comes to time, moving around, or anything like that. In fact, most of the time you want to use floats just because they're more precise. You know, if you want to, you know, type in a movement speed of that number, you can. But with this, you can only straight go to 1, or 0, or -1. Decimal points do not work. So that being said, we're going to go ahead and erase that. And we want to use a float. After that, we're going to go ahead and we're going to say public float min y. And then go ahead and put a decimal. What we're going to do with this is going to lock it. So if we go back into the Unity here, if our character gets to like a certain point like here, it can't go past this on the y-axis. So we'll go ahead and just put our min y to -5.2 f. You want to add f, otherwise it's going to read it wrong. So you'll see it's going to read it different like that. See, it's not an actual float there. If you add f, it is. So basically, this just locks the character from going below that. So what we're going to do first is we want to go ahead. Oh, almost forgot. We need to go ahead and do public rigid body 2D. We're going to say player rigid. Cool. So now we go ahead and save. We go back into Unity. You'll see that on this player movement script, we have a couple of variables here. Let's set that to 0. Or maybe like 5. We'll go 5 for now. And then go ahead and we want to add a 2D rigid body to our character. Just by clicking add component and looking up rigid. And then you just want to go ahead and go over here to the character right here. You want to hold down on the left mouse button and you want to drag the character into none parenthesis rigid body 2D. Now you can also do this a little bit easier by just dragging on this and just dragging that right there. But you'll notice that if we go ahead and we play the scene, it'll just fall out. There's nothing actually constricting it from not falling out. So let's go ahead and actually fix that. So first of all, we actually need to go ahead and make sure that we get the component of the rigid body. So we're going to say player rigid equals get component, and then rigid body. I hope I spelled rigid body wrong. I always spell rigid weird. I don't know why. Anyways, and then you just want to go ahead, just write out this like this, and then put parentheses at the end there, and then a semicolon. Now what this is doing is it's taking this game object here, and it's just isolating this rigid body object. It's not really needed. You don't need it, but it's just nice to have sometimes to isolate it so that on the start it knows exactly what it's accessing. So, I gotta think. Hold on. Okay, let's go ahead and say it first. So, one of the first things we're gonna go ahead and do is we're going to go ahead and grab the velocity of the game object. So let's start by going for velocity, and then equals, and then we're going to go ahead and type in player rigid dot velocity, and then that. So now we're basically making a new variable called velocity. Should we do that? It should be fine, just as long as we make sure that we capitalize it every time. So now we're going to basically go ahead and make it so that we can move the player up. So let's go ahead and type in if input dot get key down, add another bit of parentheses here too, and then we're going to say key code dot up arrow. Then we're going to go over here and we're going to add 2 little brackets like that and press enter a couple times. Now what this is saying here, is saying that we're creating a new variable called velocity. Wait, what's up? Velocity here, and it's basically saying that this equals player.rigid. Actually, let's do this a little bit of a different way. Let's go ahead and create a float. You don't want to add public or private to this. Just say float velocity and then semicolon, just like that. And basically we're going to say velocity equals vector 2 to float. Do vector 2 velocity and then like this. So instead of doing a float, you want to do vector 2 because it's basically a vector. So the difference is vector 2 and vector 3. Vector 3 basically means 3D movement. Vector 2, 2D movement. So we have our velocity is equal to the player rigid velocity. And we're using a vector 2 to determine our velocity here. And the rigid body also determines it. So, and now if we go ahead and we go in here, we're going to say velocity dot y equals negative. If I can go ahead and do this. What do we name it? We name it move speed. Oh my. I'm so sorry, guys. Negative move speed. Sorry, I couldn't type for some reason. That happens sometimes. So let's go ahead and save, and now we're going to go ahead and launch Unity. You're going to notice a little bit of a difference here. The difference being that if we go ahead and play, we can actually... Okay, I lied. Wait. We're using the wrong thing. Let's go ahead and look in the console. We're good in the console. Okay. Where is it? Up arrow. Oh, what have I done? Click there. Yeah, we opened up the vector 2 movement. Sorry, I can't speak today. So let's actually go ahead and use W instead. And so, oh, I'm dumb. We haven't coded it all yet. So basically, now what we've done here is we've created, what's it called? We've made it so that we can actually go and press W and move up. So let's go ahead now and say else if, and I know I just talked about not using a lot of else if statements in here, but this is a little bit of a different thing. So what we're going to first do is we're going to type in else if, and we're going to say input dot get key down, and then we're basically going to do the different, the opposite, key code dot s, and go over here, 2 square brackets, and then you have W and S. So we have up and down. So then we're going to say velocity dot y, and then we're going to say equals Nick. Oh, that's why I'm an idiot. Okay. That's why it didn't work. It's supposed to be move speed, not negative move speed. That's the opposite. So we want to basically say if we press S, we're taking the velocity and minusing it by move speed. So now it should work if we go ahead and play it. So we play, our character starts dropping. We press, okay, I guess I was wrong. What is happening here? Let's go ahead and start. Let's just go ahead and before we do that, let's code it so that it doesn't actually move. So, am I still recording? Okay, I am. Sometimes my stuff stops recording every now and then, so I just have to make sure, just in case, that I am recording. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna say else. So basically, we have if input.get button down, W, or, well, otherwise, if you press S, then we're going to say minus the the velocity needs to minus the move speed. And then we're going to say, but if none of those are happening, then we need to go ahead and say the velocity dot y equals 0. 0.0 f, specifically like that. And we're going to go ahead and equals, let's try 15. We're going to define the move speed in the script just because it might be a little bit better. Okay, let's save that. And let's just go ahead and also, let's just finish coding the script because we don't have that much left in the script. But I'm just going to go ahead and explain this. I'm going to explain things. So the basis definition of it is the representation of 2D vectors and points. Basically 2D movement. We go here to void update. We have all this. If you press W, then we'll up the velocity on the y-axis and move the character up. If you press S, we will move the character down. If you don't press any of those, we won't move the character at all. And we should Mhm. Fine, I think. Am I missing anything? Okay, I don't think we're missing anything, but we might be. So let's go ahead and save. Fun part about this is, so we have the min y, we have the character, we have move speed, which let's go ahead and remove the component. Let's add it again, just so we have all the original variables here. 15, -2. Drag that into here. Simulated mass constraints. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's go ahead. Nope. Don't pause. Play. See. We're missing something. All right. Figure this out in a minute. Anyways, but what we're also going to do here is we're going to go ahead and we're going to create a new variable called posit. Nope, not that. No, not car. Var, and we're going to say this position. Or we'll do pose for sure. Short. And we're going to say equals transform dot position. We're going to say if pose dot y is greater than what do we name this one up here? Min y. If it's greater than min y, basically, then so what this is saying is if our position on the y-axis is greater than the minimum y position, then what do we want to do? Basically, what we want to do is we want to bind it. So if our position is, wait, wouldn't that be opposite? Pretty sure that'd be opposite. Wait, yeah, because if position y is less than, wait a minute, less than or equal to, so if position y is less than or equal to, then pos dot y equals min y. Let's go ahead and try that. So, play. Let's try that. Okay. So it's gonna be in the out. Did I have it right the first time? This works. Okay, so it's broken. Huh. I'm not getting any warnings. Oh. Let's try referencing this again, but making sure that it knows the velocity. Let's reference the opposite here. Hold on, I think I know why this isn't working. Let's try that. Let's try referencing the opposite here. Just making sure that Okay. Okay. Okay, that's what it was. So, basically, we need to reference this twice. We need to make sure that velocity equals play rigid and also rigid equals. Oh, that was so stupid of me. Oh, I hate everything that I just did. Okay, so I'm sorry, guys. Very sorry about that. Basically, you need to go ahead and say that the player velocity, the rigid body velocity, is equal to the velocity of the player. So that was stupid on my part. And we should have, I believe we have to do the same thing at the end here as well. And I think we should be fine with naming this position. So let's name this position like that with a capital P instead of a lowercase p. Position. Cool. I prefer naming it like that. Okay, so now we just need to transform position equals position. Okay, let's try that. Okay, I was right. I was right. I was right with this. It needs to be less than or equal to the minimum y. I think. Okay, so now our player is going to start falling slowly. But he shouldn't be able to get past the minimum what? His velocity is very... I feel like he went up. 5.1. Alright, whatever. Let's just finish the script and hopefully it'll all work itself out. Because I know the script works. I just tested it before this. Because I tested it all before. That's why I'm always so confused when I start coding. I get all these errors, and I'm like, what? I just tested this. So, let's go ahead. I'm gonna look at my cheat sheet here. Okay, no, I'm right so far. Okay, well, it's probably just me being stupid. So let's go ahead and we're gonna say else if our position or our position is greater than negative. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I did have this. Okay, hold on. That's why I'm just stupid. Okay, so if it's less than negative min y, then we're gonna want to do this. Operator position cannot be applied to vector 3. Did I do something wrong? Why is there a space there? Oh, oh my lord, boy. What's happening here? I'm kind of... Okay. Let me look at this real quick. Okay, so we're doing the direct opposite here. Oh, my lord. Okay, make sure you add dot y. And then we're going to go ahead and say position dot y equals negative min y. And that should be the end of the script. I say should be because we all know I'm probably missing something. Do we need to reverse this? Let's try that. See, our WASD isn't working though. That's my problem here. Oh, I am so stupid. Make sure you have get key, not get key down. Get key basically means it's being held down. While yes, he returns true while he holds down. Okay, that was just very stupid of me. I'm sorry. I know I'm making this extra long, but again, it is troubleshooting, which is something you are definitely going to have to 100% learn during your Unity triumphs, because troubleshooting is one of the most important things skills you have to have. And so just make sure that you learn that. So now it should work perfectly. See, go down, go up. Okay. So basically now we are not allowed to go too high, and we're not allowed to go too low. Now let's go ahead and raise it just a little bit. Right there sounds like a good, right there. There we go. So 3.55 here. Let's go ahead and now 3.55. So now the character slowly drops. But other than that, we can just go ahead and do this. Pretend like the ball was coming for us, you know. Okay, bye. You know, like, whoosh. Then we got our guy here. He goes, ching, boom. Okay, our ball died. It's probably fine. Anyways, but yeah, so that's that really. That's a pretty simple one. It's just pretty easy. Sorry for a little bit of delay, but let's just make sure the script is right. I'm going to go through and explain it one more time. So we have our public class, which is the movement script. We have two floats, which basically state our movement speed is 15, and our minimum Y allowed is going to be... No, don't build. That's a bad idea. Don't build. Okay. Nope, well. Yep. Anyways, so, and it's going to be negative 3.55. We have a rigid body that is our player rigid body. We have our vector 2, which is going to be velocity. And actually, we can go ahead and, instead of having this variable here, we can do the same thing we did with, I was using var just for the time being, but now we can go ahead and go up here and say public float position, and sorry, not public. You don't want it to be public because then you can see it access, and it's actually going to be a vector 3, which is vector. Can I do vector 2? I can. So we have a vector 2 here, which is the position access here. We basically, so we have a vector 2, which is our position, our vector 2, which is our velocity. When we start the game, it automatically grabs out the player rigid body and makes sure that we know that it is the rigid body we're using. And then on every frame, it basically says that the velocity is equal to the velocity of our rigid body. And then it says if we press W, our player will move up by adding velocity to, by adding our move speed velocity, our move speed to the velocity here. And another, we can do this a couple ways actually. We can even just, instead of having to have this velocity variable, so let's go ahead and two slashes. Don't do this right now. I'm just kind of explaining a different way you could do this. Instead of that, we could just have our player rigid dot velocity here. So if we go ahead and copy this here, we just do this here. Paste this in all of our situations here. We just have to set this to vector 2. Could we? No, maybe not. Wait. Whoopsies. That's what it was. Okay. Pretty sure you can do this way. This part, okay, I'm just gonna say this real quick. The part of the session that that actually really matters, the actual getting the player controller done, that's done. Now we're just kind of talking about other hypothetical ways we could do this. So, if we want to basically say the velocity minus the move speed, we could also do it so we do this. Player, watch, like this. So we could do this like player rigid dot velocity dot y equals no, we have to make it into a variable. I could have swore we could have done it like that. Oh, whatever. Anyways, yeah, so Control Z, all that. Like I said, don't do this. This is just kind of messing around kind of purposes here. Oh, that's why. That's why. We actually have to reference this as a velocity just because it's that. And what? Whoopsies. Vector 2 also. But yeah, that's just kind of it. Now, so I'm going to go ahead and do comments real quick and just show you guys kind of what this is all about. So this is how fast the player will move, the minimum amount that the player can go down or up. Nope, not 3. The player's physics, the position, the player's position at the moment, the velocity of the player. Okay. Basically, this part makes sure we are referencing only the rigid body. Sets the velocity equal to the character's velocity. Sets the velocity variable. And I could do this all day, but we don't need to, because basically after we do these, it's all exactly the same thing. Press W. If press W, go up. If press S, go down. And then we're going to go ahead and make sure we go here. Set the position variable to the player position. If the character position is less than the minimum y value, then set his pos to min y. And then basically for this one, we'll just put opposite of first one. Cool. So now we have this even commented out, so that you can read over it if you do decide to investigate and examine the code here. You can have a nice little tutorial-ish thing here. So now, if we go ahead and maximize our game, we can actually play the game, kind of. We can press down, we can do this. I know it's not really much, but we're getting there. We actually have something that is working, I guess is the best way to put it. Anyways, yeah, that's really going to be it for today. I hope you all enjoyed. If you did, you guys can't hit the like button. This isn't YouTube. I don't know why I always forget that. But yeah, so in the next episode, we will be getting the ball done and the enemy done. That'll probably be a bit of a longer episode. But today was a bit like 36, 40 minutes about, just because I went through and I explained and I commented down on the code. And actually, something else I'm going to teach you guys about is headers and spacing. So let's go ahead and do that real quick. This is basically sorting out your code. So go ahead and you want to put 2 square brackets and then 2 parentheses. So before the parentheses, type in header and then put in 2 quotation marks. And then we're going to type in floats. And then 2 of the same thing and that. And then type in space and we're going to say 1. Go ahead and copy that. And then we'll put other. So what this is it's basically adding a header inside of the editor that shows us what this is. And then this is adding space. So if you actually look now, we have this code nicely sorted. It looks pretty and everything now. So yeah. No, that's gone. That's basically all we had to do today. I hope you did enjoy. If you did, make sure to like. This script also does not have to be on the player. You can actually have it like, a lot of people like to have a mechanics object like this. Mechanics. so that you're not directly on the character. And then you can just watch. Look, we'll remove this one, and then we'll just drag the character into rigid body here, and then it does exactly the same. Why didn't it? Oh, that's why. Make sure you do this. So make sure you do this. Say player rigid equals player rigid dot get component, like that. Do one. I don't know why you exist. We do. I think I accidentally just recreated it. So now it should work. Yeah, the minimum Y does not work, and that is because our minimum Y is actually set to this. So if we go ahead and drag that out, actually, it should work fine. I lied. Whatever. It's fine. Just keep it here, though. That was just demonstration purposes. Again, a lot of people do like to have a mechanics object, and we actually will when it comes to the score, high score, last score, stuff like that. We will actually have a mechanics object. For now, go ahead and delete it. And I was thinking about adding a timer at the bottom to see how long you've been playing. I think we'll do that later on, though. Maybe in the next one. Anyways, I hope you did enjoy. If you did, make sure to like. Not like, rate, I guess. And then follow. If you'd like to share it with your friends. And I hope you all have a nice day. Yeah, peace. And welcome to session number 4 in our How to Make Pong inside of Unity C# 2018-2019.4 series. So today we're going to be talking about, we're going to be messing with some more of those character controlling scripts, and we're going to be making the second controller, and we're also going to be coding the ball to go where we hit it, adding some walls, and adding up our score system to actually score when you hit the wall. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go here, and you're going to want to click on ball. Then you want to click, it's going to say untagged up here. What you're going to want to do is click untagged, and then click add tag. And you won't have this, so yours will look like this, or it won't have this. You'll just click plus, and you'll type in ball. Anyways, so then we'll just go over here to ball, to our ball in our hierarchy here, and we will click here, click on ball, and we're good. So you guys are seeing this. So the first thing we're going to want to do is we're going to go ahead and add a rigid body 2D to it. Then we're going to freeze the rotation on the z-axis because we don't want it all rotating 3D and like. So then we're going to set the mass to 0.1. And we're going to move my mic up, sorry for that. Then we are going to basically set this to 0, this to 0, and that should be good. So then we're going to go ahead and go into we're going to make a new folder, and we're going to call this, folder, not materials, what's it called? I can't think of the name now. 2D surfaces. We spelled surfaces wrong. So we're going to right click in this little folder here. We're going to click create. We're going to go down here, and we're going to click physics material 2D. We're going to call this ball bouncy. Oh my gosh. Bounciness. And we're going to go ahead and fix that. So 2D surfaces. So then we're just going to ignore that. Then we're just going to go over here, scroll down here, and we're going to go to our 2D surfaces right here, and we're going to drag this into our material. Now click on this, and you're going to see two different variables here, friction and bounciness. Now what friction means is how much friction does it take through the air, so how does it slow itself down. We don't want that because we're making Pong, so we're going to click 0. And then for the bounciness factor, you can put anything. It's a float, so you can put really anything. We're going to put 1. So another thing we're going to do is we're going to create a new empty object. And we're going to call this walls. And we're just going to create another empty object in there. We're just going to call it wall 1. And then you want to go ahead and add component, box collider 2D. And then you'll see you have a collider here. And just go ahead and stretch it to outside the screen size like that. And then make it kind of like that. Then we're going to just drag that up here like that. And then we're going to duplicate that. And then we're going to drag that to the bottom. And then duplicate those two. We're going to press E to go to our rotation tool. Hold Control, and we're going to rotate these 90 degrees, or negative 90 rather. And then we're going to drag these, you guessed it, over there and over here. So now, if we go ahead and play the game, you will actually notice that our ball will actually move, sort of, maybe. Oh, well, actually, no, it won't, because we have it set to be such a low mass. But if we set it to like 1, you'll see it'll actually... maybe. Bonk? Oh, that's what it was. Oh, gravity scale. Okay, so see that if we actually set this to 1 here, it'll actually go down, jump, and it'll bounce like a bouncy ball. So that is because we've actually added these balls to it. And so we can actually, ready? Oh, well, that didn't work. Okay, well, what you'll notice here also is that if we actually hit the paddle, then our thingy actually flies away and rotates. That is because we actually need to go ahead and we need to go over here to character, and we need to go ahead and set this from body type from dynamic to kinematic. And then we want to actually that's it. I think we could also freeze X, but that doesn't really matter, I don't think. I think set it to actually like a bounce and crap here. And we actually hit here. You'll notice that we do not actually move our ball anymore. Or like we don't move our see, our paddle won't like freak out now. But we want this to be customizable. So we're going to actually go ahead and click on this movement script. We're going to open it up, and we're going to edit some key parts of it to make it a little bit better, so that we can have this enemy here. So first of all, we're going to go ahead and press enter here a couple times. We're going to copy these header and spaces, and then we're going to put the header as keys. Then we're going to say public key code, and then we're going to say up key, or we'll say go up. And then public key code go down. Now the reason what this basically does is if we go ahead and save, you'll see that if we click on our character here and we ignore that, you'll see that if we go over to our movement script, we actually have a million keys we can select from, like W or S, or even like up or down. So we have these two things now, but we don't actually have them set to work. So let's go ahead and let's go back down to where we have our input.getKey and then key code W, and we'll just go ahead and erase key code W and put it as go up. We will go to the other one and put that as go down. Go ahead and save, and you will notice that it should not have any errors. It should be perfectly fine. But like, so now if we wanted to say like keypad 8 and then keypad 2 would be go down, now we could actually have those keys actually control this now. It just makes it a lot better. I prefer W and S for this first one. But then we just have to basically do the exact same thing for the other character, which is because this is also played. I don't know why I was saying AI earlier, but it's actually also played by another person. So but usually it's going to be the down arrow, or whoopsies, the up arrow, and the down arrow. So let's go ahead and basically we're just going to copy everything from the character. Paste as new. So now we should actually have our perfectly fine, nice, perfect, and great. So now if we press WS, we can go down with this one. If we press, what do we forget to do on this enemy here? Oh, that's what we forgot to do. We have to drag this in here. Oops, right there. Anyways, but what you'll also notice is when we actually made these kinematic, you'll also notice that it stopped it from going down automatically. So if we press down here, we can actually, now we can control both of these ones here. So, perfect like that. So now we actually have a playable game. Semi. So now we actually have to go ahead and create our script for the ball to work. Now this is where the entire game development process gets a little bit more complicated. So we're going to go ahead and create a C# script, and we're going to call this ball. Double click to open. And then we'll open this up in Visual Studio. Okay, maybe we'll open up in Visual Studios if it'll work. So we'll go ahead and erase all this, and we're going to say public rigid body 2D, and we're going to say rigid body, and we'll put it like that. Or actually, we'll do underscore rigid body. So then, what we're basically going to do is we are going to just scroll down to this little section here, and we are going to basically just create the void start again. Which it can be private or public, it doesn't matter. You don't even have to have those, you can just have void start. And then we're just going to basically say that underscore rigid body equals get component, and then rigid oh my lord, rigid how do I spell this? Rigid body 2D, and then add some parentheses on the outside there, and then put the colon there. So now we actually have to code a couple of things. First of all, we have to code this. Basically, we have to code the event that when we start the game, the ball will throw itself in a random direction. So that's what we have to do first. Now, to do that, we actually have to go ahead and we'll type in void ball. Oh my lord, ball start parentheses, and then those just like that. We'll go ahead and add an enter here because we're going to do some stuff in there in a minute, but not yet because we haven't made the thing yet. So we'll basically say float rand equals random dot range, and we'll put 0, 2, and that should be good. That should be fine. I don't like that name. I like capitals. I'm a very capital-like person. I don't know if you guys have noticed that. But anyways, then we're going to basically say if rand, and if rand is, well, I always forget the names. If random is less than 1, then we will, what do? We have to add a force. So we're going to basically say underscore rigid, oh my lord, underscore rigid body dot add force. We're gonna say new vector 2, which again, vector 2 basically just means 2D, like physics. So then we're gonna say 20, and then comma negative 15 or minus 15 technically. So add a semicolon there. So what we're saying here is we have a float. It's going to randomly generate the float from 0 to 2. If it's less than 1, it's going to send it flying to it's basically if it's less than 1, it's going to send it flying to the left, and if it's greater than 1, it'll send it to the right, or opposite ways. I can't remember. It's one of them. But then we're just gonna basically say else, and then 2 of these thingies here, and we're basically going to do the opposite. So, well, kind of the opposite. So we're gonna say negative instead there, and actually this will send it to the right, I'm pretty sure. Anyways, so first of all, let's go ahead and just basically that should be fine there. So we're gonna say ball start dot how do we do this? Oh, we have to do this weird thing here. Invoke, of course I did that. Invoke ball start, comma 2. Oops. Gotta remember my quotation marks because we're putting anything there. So then, now let's go ahead and save, and if we actually go ahead, go to the ball here, apply the ball script. This should be private. So private, there we go, there's that. And we applied ball bounciness and everything. Okay, so now it should send it flying randomly one way. Like that. Perfect. And then we kind of have our actual Pong game, sort of. So we technically have, like... Wait, what was that? Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. Oh, we have to do a couple things more. Because there's no, like, scoring. There's nothing here. So we're going to have to score. We're going to create a score system. A score system. So the first thing we have to do here is we have to basically create a sort of like when the ball hits the a certain English, if it would work, that'd be nice. So we have to make it so if the ball goes off the trigger, then we want the ball to basically what do you call it? Reset and go to the center. So we're gonna say ball center. We're gonna say void ball center, of course, and then press a couple enters here, and then we will say underscore rigid body and dot velocity equals vector 2 dot 0. And then basically so that is basically saying that it sets the velocity to 0, and then we're going to say transform dot position equals vector 2 dot 0. So basically it's going to send her it, it's going to put it right in the middle of the screen. But we actually don't know how, we can't do that yet. That won't work yet because we have to actually access it. So we're actually going to go ahead and go to these 2 walls here. We're going to say score left, score right. So then we're going to set these two to is triggers. We're going to set it to true on is trigger here. And basically now we have to go ahead and create a little small script here. Say C# script. We're going to go ahead and say wall, basically. And we are then going to go ahead and we're just going to go ahead and go down here. We're going to say using Unity engine dot Unity. We're going to do something really simple here because this is a very simple tutorial series here. So we're going to say Unity engine dot events semicolon. Then we're going to basically go ahead and say public Unity event and on enter, and then save here. Then we're going to say void on trigger enter, and this is again why I say you should have these things here. We're going to say if tag equals ball, then basically on enter dot invoke parentheses, and then we're just going to put a little thingy there, and there is that. So basically that's all we had to really write here. So this basically means an event that we set inside of the editor here will play if the player enters this trigger and their tag is equal to ball, which we have our tag set here. So let's go ahead and drag these two things, these two wall scripts on here. And then we'll add our on enter. We'll say ball, and we'll just make sure we go ahead and go into our ball script here and say public void ball center. And there. So now we go ball center. So let's go ahead and try that really quick to see if it will be nice and work with us. So it's going to send us off there. It's going to hit us there. Let's go ahead and just let it go through there. Okay, it did not work. Actually, we don't even need, I think it's this here. Let's just go ahead and say if it enters the trigger, then basically we'll just center the ball then. Let's try that one. It might be a little bit easier. Okay, well apparently not. What's happening there? We will figure that out in a minute. Let's just finish up this ball script here. So basically what we're also going to do here is we have to go ahead and basically create an on collision enter system here. So we're going to go to here, we're going to say void on collision. That's what it is, sorry. Okay, that was stupid of me. You guys are probably calling me out in the comments, or if you guys have comments, I don't remember. So we're going to we have to say void on trigger enter 2D. Forgot about that. So, yeah, that's why that didn't work. So, let's go ahead and try that. Maybe that'll work a little bit better. Okay. Let's see. Okay, well, maybe not. Let's try without these tags, maybe. Because we really don't need the tags. That's just for hopeful purposes. But that maybe you work. Ah, you work. All right, then it's going to basically do that again. It's gonna be mean. It's not gonna work with us because we need to reset the trigger to actually. But basically, we have it working again, so that's good. But anyways, so I should probably finish up with this. So make sure English is not my strong suit. So we're gonna say void. Okay, void on collision enter 2D. I'm not having it today, guys. Void on collision enter 2D. And how many minutes are we at? We're only at 21. That's surprising. Anyways, so then we are going to say if collider call oh, that's why we're supposed to type that in. We automatically so we're gonna say if call dot collider dot compare tag, and we're gonna say player, and then put another parenthesis there. Then we will put these here. We're gonna say vector2 velocity velocity. Put that like that. And then we will go ahead and say, this needs to have a capital. Otherwise, it's going to have a bunch of different errors that are going to mess with us. We're going to say velocity, and then we're going to say dot x equals rigid dot velocity. Rigid body, underscore rigid body. dot velocity dot x, and we'll basically copy this, Control C, Control V, and we will say y, and y, and we will do this. We have to put parentheses on this one because we're doing more with this one, because we have to divide the actual velocity on the y-axis by 2. So, because what's happening here is basically going to make it so it will go faster if it will go. Anyways, so then we actually have to go ahead and say plus, and then call dot collider dot attached rigid body dot velocity dot y, and then divided by 3, and then we go press enter and say underscore rigid body. Oh, it's 3:33 in the morning, guys. That's what that's my excuse. Anyways, rigid body dot velocity equals velocity. So we're saying the velocity equals velocity, and velocity equals this velocity. So basically, it's just one of those loop things here. Anyway, so that's OBS. Oh my, that's OBS. Anyway, so let's go ahead, and now if we play, when we hit the ball, it should start like changing up a bit when we hit it. So instead of it being exactly the same thing, it should start getting a little bit different later on. Okay, well, that happened. Anyways, I believe that is. Are we missing anything on here? So if the collider equals player and vector2 velocity, the x velocity is equal to this velocity. The y velocity dot y is equal to that. Let's also do this. That should also be fine if we just do that. So we're going to center it, and then we will. This is probably not the most orthodox way of doing this, but it works. Ball, and then ball starter. So, like that. So now, if it does go off the edge like that, okay, maybe that's not the best idea. Okay, so let's go ahead and start our scoring system here. Actually, let's go ahead and make this a little bit better because this kind of sucks. Let's go ahead and first of all, I feel like we need to have it so that on the start of the game, the ball should always be centered no matter what. So let's go ahead and copy this from ball center and just paste that in there. So then we will go ahead, and when we actually go ahead and play, the ball will always be centered and will always start from the center. So start here, goes like that. Let's go ahead and try and trap it. Cool. Okay. All right. So, but now we just need to go ahead and we have to actually code the scoring system here. So we'll go ahead and create a new C# script, and we're going to basically say score. I'm going to double click and open that. And if it'll ever decide to open, that'd be nice. Okay, so first of all, we're going to say public float enemy score, or well, we'll say player 2 score, and well, actually, player 1 score. Let's just say float, because we shouldn't actually be able to access that as the player, as the user. So say float player 1, player 2, and then we will say up here using Unity engine.ui. Actually, are we using TextMesh Pro? I cannot remember actually. So we are using TextMesh Pro, so we actually are going to character score. Okay, so actually we will want to skip that, delete that, say TM Pro, and then just tab there. So then we're gonna say public TMP or Text Mesh Pro. I think we're using UGUI. No, we're just using Text Mesh Pro. And we'll say player 1 score text, and we'll duplicate that. Press enter. Nope, don't press Control B. That's not good. Okay, and then we will save here. Let's just go ahead and make our mechanics object. Told you guys it would be back. So then we're going to drag this score system here. And we'll drag character score into TextMesh Pro. UI. Okay, wait, am I doing this wrong? TMP Pro. Wait, Text Mesh Pro. What is the script called? Text Mesh Pro. Oh my gosh. Oh my lord. Text Mesh Pro. Is it UGUI? Let's try that. Okay, there we are. Okay, that's what it was. Whoopsies. So, textmeshpro.ugui here, then drag enemy score, which we will actually just name to player 2, player 1, and okay. Let's go ahead and remove these start scripts here, because we're actually gonna make a bit of a bit of a better one to give the player a bit of a start more. So then we're basically going to say void update, and we will basically go ahead and we'll say player 1 score dot text equals player 1 score dot to string, and then parentheses, and then semicolon, just like that. Go ahead and copy that, paste that, player 2 score, and then player 2 score. So now, the game will automatically start at 0. So now we will actually have this be good there. So we have the player score is 0, and the player score number 2 is also 0 there. So then we're going to basically say void player 1 score, just like that. Not with that. Actually, sorry, public void player 1 scores, and then enter down here, and put 2 there, player 2 scores. And then we will just basically say player 1 score plus equals 1. And then just basically exactly the same thing, except for with player 2 score equals 1. And now we just have to go over here, and basically when it hits, like when the right one, so the right is going to be player 2. So when the right goes there, we're going to drag, well, we all have to have the mechanic. We're going to go ahead, hold control and click on these, drag this mechanics object into this new event here. And on the right, we'll click no function, player 1 scores. And on the left, player 2 scores. So let's go ahead and try that now. should automatically add 1. So there we go. Now that player has scored 1. And if we go ahead and move the ball, boom, again, 3. Unless, of course, it goes too fast to go through the trigger. Generally, it won't. And we're gonna delete this high score thingy here. I don't like that. Let's go ahead and we're gonna figure out a bit of a different way of doing that. Just a little bit different there. Okay, so now we actually want to make it so 0, 0. Well, not that. We're gonna 0. We're gonna 0 the ball out here. So we're gonna go 0, 0, 0. Drag it back in the game. Cool. So now it's actually centered on. We have it centered nice. So now we can actually. I think I did this ball wrong here. I think it's supposed to times by 2. Let's have this. You guys are ready for this? I'm pretty sure I did it right the first time, but we're about to have some fun here. Maybe we won't. Still very slow. So, put this back at divide. Still very slow. So I'm going to show you guys how to have some fun. You can have some fun with this game a lot of times if you want. Go ahead and click here. Let's go ahead and set the bounciness to 23. Yeah, that's bad. 2.5 maybe, because I don't like how slow it is. It's just very kind of gross and kind of sluggish. That's too much. Okay, so we'll go 2 point. We'll just go 2. We'll just keep it at 2 there, and we can see it does get faster the more it bounces around. Just like, whoa, 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 whoa. What happened there? I did save that, yeah? Okay, wait, 2. Let's go to this. Oh, that's why. Okay, yeah, it actually did what it was supposed to. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, well. Maybe? Wait, what's happening here? That's weird. I don't know why it's doing that. That's, this is why... Oh, because that's why, because it's set to 2. It's supposed to be 1. Okay, yeah, whoopsies. That was me. So yeah, it actually does get faster the more you bounce it around. Slowly. But it does get faster, definitely. You can tell. It's definitely getting faster here. It's still very slow. So let's go ahead and 1.3 maybe? Okay, let's try that one. Okay, there we go. I feel like that's a good that might be a little bit too fast. Oh, yeah, that's a bit too fast. So okay, I guess we're gonna have to stay at 1 then. We can go like 1.05. But also, you may be wondering why this is going through those walls, and that is because they're not thick at all. They're very small walls, so let's go ahead and make them thicker. So you can do that by clicking Edit Trigger, and then just dragging it out like that, and then doing the exact same on that. Now it should be a little bit more resilient in its own little way here. So you see it's going to bounce up, it's going to bounce there, and bounce down, and then bounce down, and then bounce up, and up, and up, and up. Okay, and it's progressively getting faster until later on it'll get super fast. So I guess a better way of doing this, instead of having these kind of crappy high score thingies, what we could do here is, let's duplicate this, drag it down here, and then drag it like this. Then what we could do here is we could say last winner, and we'll just go ahead and hold T to make that bigger, like that, and we will say that. So we'll do that. I think that's a little bit better. Last winner. Or actually, what we could do instead is left wins. Yeah, like left wins. And then we could do right wins, like how many times the left has won and how many times the right has won. And that might be a little bit better, actually. I kind of like that, actually. So let's do that. Let's go ahead and duplicate that. Left wins, left wins. I know that we're kind of doing this, which is a bit odd now because we did that kind of in the first one, but it's all right. Right wins, duplicate. We'll go right wins. And we have to make that a little bit smaller right there. And we will drag that just a little bit over there. Anyway, so now we have our scoring system, our ball system, but when we score, it doesn't actually restart. So, so let's basically just so we'll set it so when the ball centers, we'll play a wait for seconds. So like we'll wait 3 seconds. So we're basically gonna say I enumerator, and we're gonna say ball center. We'll make the ball center or centers. We'll do this a little bit of a. Okay. Anyways, we'll basically do this a little bit different. So we're gonna copy all this stuff here, and oopsies, forgot the Highscore. Copy all that. Paste that in there. Then we're going to. Okay. Then we're going to say yield. Return new. Wait 4 seconds. We're gonna say, let's say 2, and then we'll go enter. We'll press. Go ahead, and I accidentally put that inside of this void here. We do not want that. Basically, now we're gonna go into this ball center here. We're gonna say ball center dot invoke, or sorry, no, ball centers, parentheses, semicolon. That's it. So then we're going to basically just say, we're basically just gonna copy everything that is in this ball start thing here and put that right there after this wait for seconds here. So what this is saying center the ball, then wait for 2 seconds, and then play this event here. So now that should actually work a lot better, because the other one was just kind of weird. So we should just click play here, and it should all be perfectly fine. Work perfectly. Cool. Ball did not center. Let's do this instead. Let's put this stuff in here. Ball centers, I enumerator, and then we can just have this Okay, and let's just make sure that we actually that this left. Where are they? Score left, score right. Ball slash ball center. So it goes there. Oops, I accidentally hit it. Okay, it centers 1, 2, and it doesn't work apparently. You'll return new. Wait for seconds. Well, there's nothing wrong, I don't think. Ball centers. Hmm. Oh, do that. Okay, we'll try that one because it already has a float, so it might just be confused. Let's go ahead and try that here. That might work a little bit better. Maybe that also might not, because Unity does not like to work half the time. That's the fun part about Unity, though. So we'll just go ahead and put our stuff up here. 1, 2, 3. Nope. Okay. That is fairly odd. Hmm. Um. It's probably something small, like a small little semicolon or something we've forgotten here. Okay, wait. Okay, hold on. Okay. Hmm. All right. You know, this is actually some good time to teach some something called basically this is something called what do you call it? Try to public this. Okay, well this is something called troubleshooting. Now, a really easy way to troubleshoot with this is to basically what we can do is we can just go ahead and erase this, and we can test to see what is going wrong here. So we're gonna go ahead and type in debug, uh, debug.log, and then parentheses, and then test. So now what's gonna happen here is it's going to basically tell us, it's gonna say tests in this little thing. Oh, what's up there? Oh, where do we forget the semicolon here? Okay, so what's going to do is we're going to see what's actually going wrong, what's not happening. So let's go ahead and play here. Okay, if we get the test up here, we didn't get the test. That means we have something wrong here. Now let's just see if it's something, if it's just not calling this INumerable or INumerator. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, I'm actually an idiot. We just coded this wrong here. Basically, we have to do this. We have to say start coroutine. Let's go ahead. Start routine and example. Not example. I was looking at. I actually looked up something on the Unity forums because honestly, if you guys really want to know a really great way to get help with anything, literally, just Unity forums. You just go there. Like let's say we have an issue with wait for seconds. So let's say wait for seconds, Unity. And see, I've been here a million times because I was a problem. So then you'll see you have an entire coding section dedicated to talking about wait for seconds. So after we waited 5 seconds for the time, see, this is again with the debug log here. It just basically prints to the console here. So let's go ahead and go back here, back to our little thingy here. We actually did a lot more than we were supposed to do here. Let's go ahead and open up here. Ball centers, not all code with pass return value. What do you mean? What you mean? What you mean here? All code or pass turn of value. Let's try this real quick here. Let's just go ahead and set this here. Put that there. There we go. Okay, so now let's go ahead and play, and now it should actually hopefully work here. So we go ahead, we lose, it should center the ball, and then 1, 2, and then it throws it out again. So, yeah, so now we're basically going to set it so we can do a couple things. So we can restart the scene, and also so that we can essentially know when someone wins. So we're going to go ahead and build settings. We're going to click add open scenes. I know this session has been very long, but it's very worth it. You got to have this stuff here. Actually, I think I'm going to split this into 2 sessions. No, I'm actually not. Whatever, it's fine. Let's see. We're only nearing an hour. That's not that much. So let's go ahead and we're going to add onto our score script actually first. So we're going to basically say public, and then we're going to say int, and then end game score. So now we're basically going to say in our update file here, if player 1 score, no, oops, we forgot our, so parenthesis, if parenthesis, player 1 score is greater than or equal to end game score, then we're going to add parentheses, brackets here, and we're going to say, we're going to basically duplicate this real quick here, and we're going to say player 1 wins and player 2 wins. We're going to say player 1 wins plus equals 1, semicolon. And then we're also going to go ahead and we're going to go ahead and say using scene. Actually, we will do more of that later with the whole scene reloading thing, because we actually have to save this to the player prefs. So we're just going to go ahead and press enter, and we're going to say if player 2 scores, or a thing, I can't remember. No, I can't remember how I did it once. I did something like it once. But anyways, basically, player 2 wins equals 1. So let's go ahead and save, and we'll go into our games here. We'll go to the mechanics script here. Make sure mechanics is not under walls, but actually right under the camera. So we'll say the end game score is 2. And then we will just let whoever wins win. Okay, so now that right has won, but we actually haven't. You'll notice that nothing changes with these things. That's because we have to basically do the exact same thing we did with these. So we're going to say player 1 wins text. Just like that. And then wins text right there. Just like those 2 things. And then we just basically copy these over here. Oops, make sure you don't do that. Press enter. And player 1 wins text right there. Player 2 wins text. That's all you do. Plus also, I almost forgot about this. Change player 1 wins. Player 2 wins right there. So basically, essentially what we're saying here. We'll go ahead and comment here. The basically, this is the end game score. This is the current player 1 score. This is the current player 2 score. Where this is basically the player 1 wins amount, and this is the amount of wins player 2 has. So And then these are just the text. These are the text mesh, uh, basically representations. That's all these are right here. Oops, make sure you don't do that. You don't have to write these. These are just comments. And remember, you can always download the Git repository inside of the what's it called? The freaking description. I couldn't remember it. And basically, this sets the score to the score text to the actual score. Basically, the same exact thing for this. Just when or this sets basically this is just the same thing. Just it sets the win text to the win amount. And these are just the variables. I'm not going to go ahead and comment on it. But basically, if the player 1 score is more than the end game score, then the player wins 1. Now, what we can also do is we can actually go ahead and make a screen that pops up. But I think we'll do that probably like in the next episode or something. So this has been a very long episode. So let's go ahead and we go over here. Let's press tab. Let's go ahead, click on mechanics. So left wins will go into player 1 wins, and right wins will go into player 2. And I don't know why I said left. Player 1. Okay, that's really small. Go ahead and just auto size it, and we could just make this a little bit bigger. Okay, and then same thing with this here. Just player 2 instead, and bigger, just like with the other one. Drag it over, and there we go. So now we can go ahead and full screen this here, and we're still recording, we're all good. So let's just say you start playing, boom. Missed, then boom, and then okay, I actually did not mean to do that. Okay, there we go. And we actually have to reset the score when the player wins. So that's something we have to do, I forgot about. Otherwise, we get that little loop of infinite generating scores. So basically, we're going to then, after, we'll basically, instead of having to do like 2 different things, we'll say bool someone won. Now, basically, what we're going to do here is we're going to set someone won equals true. Someone won equals, actually, no, that's stupid. Never mind. Don't do that. That would work, but it also, it's also a little bit unnecessary. So basically, we'll just say player 1, player 2 wins, whatever. So we'll just basically say player 1 score equals 0, and then player 2 score equals 0, and we'll just paste this into both of these. I was gonna do this whole like elaborate bool system where it would basically say if the player has won, it'll turn on something for a certain amount of time, but that is gonna take up way too much time. It's very complicated. It's not really in the time frame that we have right now. So let's go ahead and click Control P, and we'll go ahead and play. And I'm just gonna not put anyone in the way here. It's probably gonna go out to the right this time. And then 1. So then this one wins again. We get 1, it resets the score. So then 1. Nice. Now, that is basically, I'm pretty sure, everything we had to go over today. We created our new school, where it goes. We have our winning system, our score system, our basically everything except for our saving system, and then our build settings. Now, actually, almost forgot, we have to create a system to reset the level. So we're just going to say level reset. Now this is actually going to be a very simple script. So we're going to drag this onto the mechanic script. We're going to open this up. All we're doing here is we're going to say public key code and then reset key. Then we're just going to say if input dot get key down parenthesis reset key, and then we're going to do that. We're just going to say reset key dot not reset key, sorry. We're going to go over here to this. We're going to say using oh my lord, Unity engine dot scene management. We're going to put a semicolon there, and we're going to say application scene manager dot load scene, and then we'll put parentheses. We're going to say 0. So now we'll go ahead and go in here. If we go over to our mechanic script here, we have this. I'm going to put the reset key to R. So then we can basically reset at any point. So he's here. See, we're pressing R. We're actually reloading the scene. So if we get one score, but we don't like it, reset. See, it basically resets the scene and everything. Now, in the next one, we're actually going to add a couple more things. We're going to add a pause menu. We're going to add some effects to our actual ball and everything. We're going to make it a little bit more animated, like just a little bit more pretty. We're going to polish up this game, and then the last session, and then the last session after that will be the last one, and it'll basically just be simple build settings. And then we will be done with this project. It wasn't that big actually. It was just really kind of a smaller one. It was just kind of fun to mess with, but I do hope you all did enjoy, and if you did, make sure to rate and follow. I hope you all did enjoy, and yeah, peace. What is up, everyone, and welcome to the fifth session in our tutorial series on making Pong inside of Unity. Now, if you remember in the last episode, we have made this game here to where basically we have this, and the player can actually score, and then if the player scores, he can also win. And then we have player 1 wins 1. Okay, so now in this session we're going to be focusing on saving, adding some sound, because as you can see this game is very dull. Like no one would ever want to play this because it's very just boring. Now, so that's actually one of the first things we're going to do. So we're going to go to the asset store here. Go ahead and maximize this here. Now, you may be wondering, yes, this is the other video. That's why I have Vegas open here. But basically, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and we will click on audio. We're going to click on ambient. We're going to click free assets, and we're doing this because we don't really have to pay or make our own. But hey, look at that, universe free packs. Let's hear some of this. Let's just see if this sounds good. Of course, they don't have any place, so let's go ahead and download it, and we will see how good it is. Now, we're going to be working on a couple things. We're going to add some sounds to when the ball collides with the player. We're going to add like a clonk sound, like a, we're going to have some fun with this episode. I'm going to enjoy this because I love sound design, but I also hate it at the same time. So, then we're going to also add our background switcher, a pause menu, and just a bunch of stuff. So yeah, today's going to be fun. So let's go ahead and import these sounds, and we will start just by, as soon as this is done, this is probably going to be right around an hour and 20 minutes. We might split this into 2 sessions. I'm not sure. So let's go ahead and let's just listen to this music here. Let's just see if this is good ambient. Okay, alright, okay, maybe. Let's go ahead and put this in an audio source. Let's see what this. Okay, alright. Let's go ahead and put this as none. Let's set this volume lower. That's kind of just a lot. With this. These are very loud. I am so sorry. Let's just go ahead and fix that by trying that. It's still so loud.
Target acquired.
Okay.
Warning, missile launch detected.
Okay, let's go ahead and look at it. We're probably gonna use some of these. Like, I like this. Like, let's use some. I like this. I actually kind of like those sound effects, so we might use that for something a little bit different. Definitely not for that. Yeah. So let's go ahead and Universal Soundscapes. Let's go ahead Sci-Fi ambient. Let's go ahead and listen to some of this. This has actual things we can listen to. So let's go ahead and try that. Maybe it'll be a little bit better. Go ahead and just listen to this here, I guess. Let's listen. These aren't really what I'm feeling. Not really what I'm looking for. I'm kind of looking for some like upbeat kind of music here. So let's go ahead and maximize here, and we'll go ahead and we actually want to click on. That's why that happened. We actually want to go ahead and audio music. We want some electronic. Let's go ahead and make sure we have free assets only selected, and I kind of want some 8-bit music. I feel like that matches the whole. What? Well, that didn't work out. I don't know what happened there. Just close that tab and reopen it. The asset store has a tendency to break randomly. So, as you can see, I was not disconnected from the internet. Okay, so anyways, audio, electronic music. Oh, not 3D animation. Okay, make sure we have free assets. Let's listen to this 8-bit music over here. So, let's go ahead and listen. It has a sample, which is good. A lot. Oh my god. Apparently, it doesn't like me looking at that, so we're not going to get that one. Free assets. Music. Electronic. Actually, you know what? 8-bit music. I kind of want me some 8. I like me some 8-bit music in my game, so we'll go ahead and just click download. We'll find it. If it's not what we want, we'll just delete it. But anyways, so you can already tell, even with this crappy music, like the game is still a little bit better because it feels different. And, you know, we can also probably find a quick like parallax script to like make it so like this is actually the background's animated. So let's do that. Okay, well, it's done. Let's actually animate the backgrounds because I feel like as a space background, I feel like it's just dull sitting still. So let's go ahead and import this 8-bit music first. I'm really hoping it has this nice like little retro feel to it. You know, I really like retro music, so I hope it works well. And obviously, you don't have to use this music. You can use whatever music you like. Cron audio, retro. Let's feel this. Let's get this. Okay, that's exactly kind of what I feel for. Let's go ahead and get this. Let's try this real quick. Okay, that is exactly what I'm going for. So we're gonna click play on awake and we're gonna click loop. So I'm pretty sure this will loop perfectly. Awesome. All right, so I actually really like that. Let's see this modern stuff here. Okay, these are actually pretty fun. I actually really kind of like this one though. Okay, now we just have to make it so every time the ball collides, it plays like a sound. So we'll go ahead and we'll go over here to this universe thingy here, and let's see if we have any sound effects kind of like that. That's obviously not gonna work. Blow. Okay, nope. Okay, but let's go ahead and let's scour the internet for sounds here. So we can go ahead and say collide sounds and or impact sounds. Free sound clips. There we are. Freesound.org. And this is a really good searching place here. So we'll go ahead and look up collide here. Okay. I want like a clunk sound. Kind of. It has to be quick. Okay. Okay. Short first. Let's go ahead and get short. Close.
Collision.
Okay, thank you for that. I kind of like this metal here. I kind of like that. So let's go ahead and download it, and then we're gonna open this up in Audacity. Like I believe I did say you did need a audio editing software here. Let's go ahead and drag this into Audacity here. Now, first of all, what I'm gonna do first is I'm gonna delete this long wait here. So, okay, now I just want to go ahead and I want to fade it out faster. So we're gonna go ahead and affect this. We're gonna fade it out. We're going to affect it again. We're gonna fade it out again. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and fade that out further. Okay. That can go away right there. Fade out. Delete. Cool. Okay, kind of like that a little bit more. So we're basically now we're gonna pitch this up a little bit, just because I kind of want it to match this music kind of here. So let's go ahead and we're gonna open up this music here. We're gonna go to this retro stuff here. So we have so that's the sound it's at. So let's go ahead and lower it a little bit. Let's go ahead and try that. Save. No. Okay. Okay, so let's go ahead and try that. Maybe that'll be good. So we'll go ahead and do that as a wave, whatever you want to call it. Basically, we're going to go ahead and say clunk. That's what I'm going to name it. Clunk. And then we'll just go ahead and we will put it in. Okay, as soon as that's in your assets folder, clunk. Let's go ahead and play it. So now what we're going to do here is we're going to go ahead and go to our script. So we're going to say ball. We're going to open that back up. And basically this thingy says on collision enter. If it collides with the player, we want to play. So basically what we're going to do is we're going to say public audio source. And we're going to say clunk sound. I don't really know what else to call it. So, and then we're just basically going to go over here. We're going to say clunk sound.play. And we're actually just going to put that there. So then basically what it's saying here, if it collides with something, it's going to play the clunk sound. So now we have to just go ahead and add the clunk sound to our ball here. So go ahead and drag that thingy right there onto ball. Make sure you set it to not play on awake. And then you just drag this little audio source into there. And now it should play a clunking sound every time. Let's see this. There we go. See, now what we can actually do though is if we don't want it to only play one version of the sound. Sometimes we want it to play a little bit quieter. So what we'll do is we're basically going to do the same thing we have here. So we're going to go ahead and we'll just go and put that in here. So we're going to say float rand sound. And we're set 1 to 5. And we're going to basically say basically public audio clip. And we're going to say clunk sound 1 and clunk sound 2. Clunk sound. Actually, I think we can do this instead. If we go ahead and make it an array, I'm pretty sure that we can make it so we can actually just randomly play one. If I am correct, not 100% sure if I remember. Clunk sound.play, clunk sound. Clunk sound 1 would be what it was. So what we'll do here is we'll do clunk sound dot play or dot clip equals random dot clip. Okay, so this is the time when I have to we'll just say sounds. And basically what we're gonna do here is we'll say sounds dot random random dot range, and then what would it be? Okay, so oops, I messed that up here. You want to do those there. Okay, 1, and then audio clip length or length. Audio clip length. What is it? Sounds dot length. And then that. And that should add it so we can and that should add it so that we can actually like play random sounds depending on when. So let's go ahead and open up Audacity. I broke my Google. So let's go ahead and what we'll do now is we'll just go ahead and we'll up the pitch this time. And we'll basically just export it to our project here. So I'll just go ahead and do it. That's an issue, isn't it? Unity stuff, unit. That's not right. Project tutorials, Pong, live.eu, assets, and then we'll just go clunk 2, and then basically now we'll just go ahead and let's change the pitch to this one. Change it to, let's see. Or, okay, we'll go ahead and export as a WAV again. And then we will name this one Clunk 3. Okay, so now we have 3 clunk sounds. Let's go ahead and we will go to our ball here. Go ahead, and what you'll do here instead is you'll click on this lock icon here to lock it, and you'll hold click on clunk, and then shift and click on all of them, and then just drag them in there like that. Now it should play any one random 3, and it doesn't. So what's wrong with it? I even checked out the wiki to make sure I was doing this right, because I haven't done this in a year and a half. I haven't done this in a long time with this one. 2. Oh, I think it wants a range. Okay, so we want to do a range instead of like having a sound clip. I'm pretty sure. Let's try that instead. Okay. Hold on. Oh. Yeah, you see, it was changing the actual sound. It just wasn't. I think it was. It just wasn't actually playing it. So. Yeah. So. Yeah. There we go. Okay. Alright, so there we go. There's that. So now it has a random array of sounds it can play. So, I can actually drag this into art here, and then we'll create a new folder. What did I just do? Create a new folder in this art file. We'll call this sounds. Then we have that. So now we actually need to go ahead and basically save our wins, because you'll notice that if we win a game here like this, we win a game. Is that higher than my voice? It is higher than my voice. That sucks. Okay, well, if we win a game, you'll notice that if we reset the level, it doesn't actually save the win. So that's what we're going to do here with our score here. I don't know what I did here. But anyways, we're going to go ahead and basically, we're going to go over here to update. And basically, we're going to say that when this score here gets it, we're going to say player prefs dot set int, and then player one. Oh wait. What are we doing here? And like that. Wait. What are I'm gonna cut this out. Okay. Okay. So basically, what we're gonna do here, I messed up this here because I'm an idiot, of course. I mess with code all the time. It's probably fine. So we're just gonna say player prefs dot set int, and we're gonna put parentheses here. We're gonna say in quotation marks. We're gonna say player one wins. Player one win AMT, and then basically we're gonna put a comma, and we're going to say player one wins. Then a semicolon there. Cannot explicitly include. What? Why are these floats? These should be ints. That's why I'm just an idiot. Okay, that should never put the score as an int. That was stupid of me. That's why it wasn't working the first time, kind of. But anyways, that should fix it. Oops. Well, yeah, that too, but change all those. And basically the same with the same thing here. Just that. And actually, we should probably have them both set on when one person scores, because then it's going to do that. And basically now, we're going to go to our void start, which we actually have to create here. So we're going to say void start, and we're going to say player one win amount, or whatever that is. We're going to basically say wait, is it player one wins? So we're going to say player one wins equals, and then we're going to say player prefs dot get int, and then parentheses, and we're gonna say that one's player one, so we're gonna say player one win AMT. We have to have it copied exactly as it is copied in this here though, otherwise it won't work. So go ahead and copy that like that. Press enter. Put player two wins. So now if we go ahead and go into our thingy here and we press play, if we actually win a game, so now if we reset it, we should actually keep our score. So say we reset score, but we keep our player one wins. And if we actually go ahead and play the game again, it should also keep it there. See, we have one. Now, you can always clear the player prefs. I can't remember how, but yeah, see, if you go here to edit, you can actually clear all player prefs like that, which will, then if you play the game, you'll see it will reset that. Which is good. You should always have a way to actually reset. What are we at? We're at 30 minutes. So, this has gone a lot longer than I thought it would. So now let's go ahead and we have to code a couple more things here. So we actually have to go ahead and make our pause menu. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to rename this to game mix here, just because otherwise we're going to have a bunch of different scripts that we don't exactly need. So we're going to go ahead and open up this game mix script as we have just so remade here. I delete that. It's just trying to fix the errors. So anyways, game mix there. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and we're going to say public bool is paused. Basically, now we're just going to go ahead and this update, we're going to close out this if statement here. We're going to say if is paused and input dot get key down, and then escape. This one's when it starts pressing K. Key code dot escape, and then like this. So if the game, actually if is not paused, so you want to have this exclamation mark. This exclamation mark basically means that the game is not paused yet. So if the game is not paused and we press escape, then what? So then we want to say is paused equals true. And we'll go ahead and now we're going to duplicate that. We could make an else statement, but it's easier just to duplicate like that. And then we're going to say the opposite. So, and then if is paused is true and we press escape, is paused equals false. Now let's go ahead and click on our game mechanics object. We're going to go ahead and click play, and you'll see if we press pause, maybe not. Okay, let's just do this instead. Okay, so instead we'll just do this here. Do that. So if input.get button down is what's this is not paused, and then we're just gonna add another if statement saying if input.get key down escape is pressed, then is pause equals true. So now if we press escape, then we should pause the game. So we press escape, the game is paused. If we press escape again, nothing happens. So now we have to go over here to this statement here. We have to make sure we're on this semicolon. We're gonna type in else, and then we're just going to basically copy the same thing except type false. So now it should work. Press escape again. So press escape. So now we actually have to go ahead and set the game to pause. So you could do this a lot of different ways just by doing so if the game is paused, we're gonna say time time dot timescale. We're gonna set this to equal 0. And then we're gonna copy, paste here, we're gonna set this to equal 1. So basically what this is saying if the game is paused, freeze time. If not, don't freeze time. So let's go ahead and play now. So you go there, pause. See, now it doesn't move. Press escape again, it will move. Press pause, will move. Time basically stops. Press escape, time stops. Okay, but now we actually have to go ahead and make a pause like a menu, which is something that we could just do. Basically, we're gonna essentially just we're gonna say public canvas pause menu, and basically that pause menu like that. And then basically we're gonna say pause menu dot enabled equals true. Wait, equals false. Okay, then we're gonna go over here. Pause menu dot enabled equals true. Save that. We're going to go over here. Now we have to go ahead and make a little pause menu. So we're gonna go ahead and create a new UI canvas. We're gonna call this pause menu. Go ahead and we're gonna create UI image, just like this, kind of like this. We're just gonna do that, like that, and then we're just going to use this sprite like this right here. Oopsies, height, and I'm just gonna make mine just a little bit transparent and a little bit more gray. So now I'm going to add Text Mesh Pro text here. We're gonna say Pong, or let's just say paused, and shrink that. Actually, we'll just auto size like that, and we will drag that to the middle up there like that, and then we'll duplicate that. Press W, Go down like that. And we're going to say resume options, and then duplicate that again, and then exit. And then that one is by far the easiest to code in. So then we're basically just going to highlight all these, and we're going to add a button component to them. Now, we're going to have to create one more script here, and we're going to call it pause menu. So we're going to say pause menu, and we're going to drag this onto the pause menu canvas here, just like that. So now we have this stuff. You can remove canvas scaler, and you can keep that. It doesn't matter really. But now what we're going to basically do here is shift space. You see it scales with us too. Okay, this is something that's been bugging me for a while. Let's just go ahead and 1, 1. Why does it do this? Why must? Oh, are you serious? I have these mixed up. Space. No. Pink. Space. 2, 2. And then we're just going to have like... Okay, that's fine for now. Okay. So now you'll see that we basically can click these buttons here, but they don't do anything. And if we go ahead and actually go to our game mechanics here, and we actually go ahead and assign the pause menu in this, you'll notice that if we play, it should automatically disappear. Okay, well it didn't, but we want to make sure that let's go over here to our score script. Where is it? Our game mechs here, and let's just make sure that on start this canvas is disabled, just in case we ever leave it on access. So just void start, and then just paste that like that in there. So now if we go ahead and start up here, it should automatically close out of there. Okay, there we go. Now, you guys are going to be very confused on how we do this. This is so easy. I'm obviously joking. It's actually really easy. It's not super hard. So we're basically just going to close all these. We're going to say public void resume. We're going to say that. Public void options. Like that. And then public void exit. Nope. Public void exit parentheses like that. Now, this one's gonna be easy. You just type literally application.quit. That's all you type for that one. Resume. We're going to basically just paste in all this stuff here. We're going to basically we're going to create a new, we're going to say canvas here like this, and we're going to say pause menu. What is wrong? What the heck? Pause menu canvas. Okay, like that, and pause menu canvas dot enable equals false. Okay, dot enable equals false. We're not going to worry about that for that though. But basically, we're going to do this like that too. We're going to say time scale equals 0. And actually, we'll just do this. This will be easier to do. Just the resume button only. We'll do that inside of this game mechanics function here, because then we won't actually have to change anything like that. We can just do this. Then say is paused equals false. Actually, we don't need this. Let's just do all this in here, in this game mechs section. We'll just go ahead and we will separate like this. So watch, we'll just do this. So, go ahead and copy all this here, like this. All of these here. Go ahead and copy them. We're gonna erase there. Now we're just gonna go down. We're gonna close this here. Now we're just gonna go down. We're gonna say slash slash slash. Usually that creates a summary. We're gonna say that. And wait. Okay. Go down here. Options. Exit. Pause menu. Enable equals false. Just like that. And so basically now, I thought I had my mic muted there. I was gonna be so angry, I was gonna cry, because we have about an hour. Yeah, we have about an hour. So we have resume. We have our options. Which options is gonna take a while. Options kind of just suck. But it's probably fine. Anyways, so options, and then our exit. So now we'll just go ahead and wait a minute. Okay, we can just press enter there, slash slash slash. It's gonna pop up summary here. Now we're just gonna basically say this is where the pause menu crap starts. Just like that. Okay, just so we can basically just go ahead and only see, like, if we want to like edit like up here the update stuff, we can scroll down. We see this is where the pause menu crap starts, and let's just go ahead and add a line like here, like that, so that's very prominent. So we have a resume. If we click resume, then this happens. If we have options, go ahead and save all that, and we're gonna just go ahead and delete this pause menu script here because it's kind of unnecessary. When we could just have it all in one script. We'll go over here to pause menu. We'll just go ahead and remove that component there. It didn't let us remove it because we had a reference. So now we're just going to basically say resume, options, exit, options. So now we're going to go ahead and add an on click to all of these. One on click, drag in mechanics, click on exit. We're going to click here, game mechs, exit, options, game mechs, options, resume, game mechs, resume. So now, if we play the game, pause, we can resume it just by doing the... Oh, we can apparently. We set it to 0, didn't we? Yeah, so we want to make sure we have time scale set to 1. That was stupid. We click mechanics here. We can go ahead and see that game starts, press pause, resume resumes it. Option doesn't do anything because we don't have anything for it yet. Exit will quit the game, but we are not in a build, so we can't exactly quit. And yeah. Alright, so for options, we don't need to have any graphical settings. We just need to have certain things like we'll do backgrounds for that. So we'll go ahead and say we'll make a new canvas here. We're gonna say options. We're gonna create a new panel. No, we'll just go ahead and we'll just kind of duplicate this here. Drag this inside of options. So we're gonna actually make it so that if we do press escape here, that the options menu is actually gonna get disabled also. So public options, public canvas, sorry. We're gonna say options menu. And we'll go ahead and on options menu, we'll say options menu dot enabled equals true. Then we're gonna have to create something else called like a back, I guess. So then we're just gonna have to create a new bool here called like is in options. Basically, this is just to set it so we can't so basically we'll say exclamation mark is paused and oh, that's not an and symbol, and is not in options. And we'll just go ahead and say is paused and we're gonna add a couple and. So we're gonna say is paused and uh is not in options space and input dot get moved out. So if okay, so if the player is not in the pause menu, okay, that's wrong. That's not the right place I want to go. Let's go here. We'll go ahead and play. We don't want the options on right now, but let's go into this options thingy here. We'll say is in options equals true there, and is in options equals false. Mechanics, and we will just basically, so if we press pause, we can press pause like that. If we press options though, that doesn't, okay, anyway, so try that instead. Pause, press options, then we cannot press that anymore. But then if we also are in the options menu, we want to disable the pause menu. So we'll say pause menu dot enabled equals false. And then back we'll say pause menu dot enabled equals true. So now what we'll do for this options menu is, so basically it's going to enable and disable like that. So we're going to have this. And we will just delete all those except for this, and this will just say options. Drag this up here, like so. Ooh, I kind of like that color, actually. Let's go ahead and put that for that one, too. Let's see, like that. I kind of like that color. All right, anyway, so options. We can delete canvas scaler here, like that. I'm sorry. And so what we'll do is we will have this, like, section here dedicated to our backgrounds. And so what we'll do is we'll go ahead and we'll say UI image, and we'll basically say, basically just do this like this. Drag this over here. And you can do this like as many as you want, obviously. But we only have two. We only have space and that one. So we'll basically just go ahead and we'll create a new empty. We'll say this backgrounds. And then we'll just click add buttons to these. And then we can just click on whichever one we want and drag this into image as well. And we will just drag that over. Oops. Down here, say backgrounds. Nope. And press T, and we'll shrink this, and then we'll do that. Okay, just like that. And then we have these backgrounds here that we can select from. So what we need to do now is we actually need to go ahead and say public image background 2 1 2, and then public sprite sprite renderer, I think is what it would be. Sprite renderer, and then background, like background, I think is what we would do. I think we'd use sprite instead of image. So we have sprite renderer, and then we have our 2 sprites here. And what we'll do basically is we'll go down here and we'll click enter here. We'll say // again. Well, actually, first of all, we'll just go public void background 1 parentheses enter, and then we'll just go ahead and do again. We'll add enter // again. We'll go ahead and say options menu stuff background 1 click, and then background 2 click. And then literally all we're going to do now is we're going to say background dot sprite equals, and then we're just going to say background 1, and then that's it. And then we're going to do basically the direct opposite for this one. And now they can choose what background they want. So if they want to do this, we'll go ahead and add the on-click mechanics, and then BG1, BG2. So we'll say GameX background 1, GameX background 2. So now the player can select what background they would like. If we go over here to mechanics and we go ahead and say background 1, background 2. So let's go ahead and attempt to, let's go ahead and add our back button. So let's go ahead and duplicate this options button here, drag this down here, just put back. Let's go ahead and add a button part, and then we'll add an on click here, drag into game mechanics, and then we will go ahead GameX back. Now, as far as I know, this should work perfectly. So press pause. Whoops. Okay, that's a problem. We didn't do that. Okay. Whoopsies. So pause menu should automatically be disabled, but that should not. I don't think. Yeah, okay, that's how it should be. So it should automatically disable the pause menu. Play, pause, click options. What's happening there? Maybe that's why. Okay. So first of all, we forgot to actually assign this one here. The options menu should automatically pop up. Pause, options. Oh. Okay, that was why. Sorry, make sure you don't disable it. Pause, options. It should turn on the canvas, but it's not. Okay, that's odd. Oh, alright, well. Well. Okay. Okay. So let's go over here to this real quick and let's see what's happening here. So options, if we click options, options menu dot enabled equals true, pause menu dot enabled equals false. Oh. Because that's why. Okay. That was dumb of me. Okay, we're just gonna do it like that instead, I guess. So we'll play like that. Okay, let's make sure that we set it so where options menu also automatically disables when you play the game. Just like that. False, false. Okay, let's try. Pause, options, pink, back, resume. Now the player can play in a pink setting. So now let's go ahead and we're gonna do, I think, one more thing before we end this session because it's been almost an hour. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna create audio mixer. Then we're gonna say this. We're gonna say actually volume and threshold volume. Anyways, then we're gonna go ahead and we're going to go to our audio source here. We're gonna drag this audio mixer in. I did this wrong. Audio mixer group. Okay, wait, I did this wrong again. Wait a minute. Okay. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. How do I do global volume again? Actually, we'll just do two different things here. So we'll actually just go over here to these options menu here. We're going to go ahead and click UI slider, wherever that is. Put that there, like that. We're gonna say, grab one of these TMP thingies here. Click on the back. Okay, drag that under there. Click like that. Music. And then we'll just drag it like that. Okay, music. 0 to 1. It's gonna be automatically at 1. On value changed. Basically, we're gonna go on value changed. We're gonna drag this audio source in here like that. We're gonna click here, audio source, and we're gonna go to dynamic float, and we're just going to find volume, whatever that is, like that. Wait, dynamic float volume, just like that, and we're going to basically duplicate that again, drag that sound down, and we're gonna say effects and music. And we'll say effects here. And we will drag our little ball guy here. And we will say audio source, dynamic float, volume. Automatically there's going to be effects. And also one other thing I do want to show you guys here is how to make these button sounds actually work. Because you'll notice that you have like this back button, but no sounds go with it. So click on add component. We're going to go ahead and add an event trigger. Wherever that decided to go. We're going to say add a new vent type, and then pointer enter. And then basically, we're just going to add a new audio source. And we're going to drag this into our little menu here. Menu, sounds. We're just going to use one of these little sound effects that we had here. Like this. Like that. Okay. So we'll go ahead and we'll do that like that. So, this is just for now. I wouldn't recommend using this. So we're gonna set it to like probably 0.2, like that. And so we'll go ahead. We'll just go ahead and instead we'll duplicate this and we'll say menu sounds like that. Just because it'll be easier to have just more. Okay, to the right. Can I just whip that? Okay, drag that like that. Okay, but the max has got to be 0.2, just like that. And we will go ahead and drag menu sounds like that, audio source, and then volume. Just like that. And basically, we're going to go ahead and find every single one of these buttons, like back, and we're basically just going to copy this. We're going to add menu sounds into this event trigger here, no function, audio source, and we're going to say play. So go ahead and copy this trigger here, and backgrounds, we're just going to go ahead. Same thing on our pause menu, all of our resume, options, exit. Go ahead and do the same exact thing. And now, let's just go ahead and play. Go ahead and do this. We can go ahead, menu sounds, we'll drag it down. Like that. Then we got that. So, we actually should probably edit this menu music because we have it set to 0.18. Oh, and so we'll probably go ahead and go down to this GUI. Where is it? Options. Music. We will put this here. And we'll set it to 0.5. Whatever. Okay, that's probably where we'll have it. Automatically set. And so now, oops. You may notice that we also, it automatically plays. That is because we have this set to play on awake. Now, I'm pretty sure that that's Pong. Like, other than a couple things. So we have clank, clank. Okay, we'll go to options. Don't turn the music. We want to blast the music. We want to turn it down. We want to turn the effects down. The menu sounds. Then it should turn the clanking noise down. Go ahead. We want to turn it down more. Okay. Nice. Okay, so I'm pretty sure that's all we had to cover today. Let's go ahead and look. Our high score, low score, everything. Oh yeah, we were going to do like parallax mapping, kind of like the map moves. Um, like there's a lot of ways we could do some stuff like that. Like we could just do like we could just like expand this, like so it's like 4 by 4, and then we could have it like just move like this, like just like. But I don't know, cause that just seems kind of like 3x3 maybe. Let's go ahead and try 3x3, and we'll go to art. We'll create a new folder called anims. We'll call this map move. And we'll just go ahead, and you want to go ahead and copy the transform here and just drag that around a little bit and then paste the opponent values here. And we'll go ahead and we will literally go to like 40 seconds here and then set it to be there like that. So it's only slightly moving like this. Maybe 20 seconds. There, now it's only slightly moving. And then we could just like go back to that like ping pong. Literally. So let's go ahead and remove the animator component, and you want to add an animation component here. Now let's go ahead and look for an animation map, move, or move, whatever you want to call it. Drag that into these two right here. We're gonna click here. Gonna go to debug, legacy, and then we're gonna click ping pong. So now we should have our maps moving, or actually forever. And if we reset our map, and obviously we reset that, and then we can go ahead and pause, set this to this, it'll go back to moving. So then our map, it just feels more dynamic now. And actually, one other thing we should have a sound effect for is for the, like when the character scores. So let's go ahead and have a score thingy here. And let's just go ahead and add a public score. Let's just go audio source here. And score score system effects. And then we're going to say public audio clip score, and then public audio clip win. Score effect. Okay, like that. And so now basically we're going to go ahead and say right here we're going to say score system effects dot clip equals win, or win, and then score system effects dot play like that. And then we'll just do that on both of these. And then basically we're going to do the opposite here. We're just going to say score effect and then play again like that. And then we're going to do the same thing in here. So now we'll just go over here to our project folder here. We will click on our mechanics. It is going to be light outside soon. So go ahead and make sure you set this back to normal. Now we're going to go ahead and add an audio source onto this thingy here. And just drag this audio source into here. And then score effect, we're going to say what do we have? We'll add, I like button 3 first. Although button 3 kind of feels like a win. Okay, we'll have this. We'll do this. We'll go ahead and say mechanics, and then we'll just add button 3 for that, and then we'll add button for winning. And let's go ahead and play here. And so now it should actually play sounds like this. So throws it off. We miss. Okay. And then misses again. Like that. Now, I feel like the win should actually have a bit of an animation, which is something I actually forgot to talk about. I feel like the winning should have an animation, actually. So let's go ahead and say public animation. And then win score animation. And then basically we're going to say public string score anim. And then we're going to say public string win. Oh, actually, we don't need a score animation, I don't think. Actually, I feel like we could have something cool like that. Maybe we'll try that in a minute. So first of all, we're gonna have a win animation. Now for the win animation, I just kind of want the screen to flash kind of white. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna add a to our mechanics object. We will add a UI. We'll add an image to that, which will basically just cover like that, just like that, and it'll basically just kind of like this. So like basically, guy wins. Kind of get like a yellowish like flash, kind of like that. Okay, so we'll go ahead and we will animate this here by creating an animation here, and then we will create an animation here, and we will go to our assets folder, art, anims, and we will go ahead and say win anim. Enter, and we will basically just start by copying this thing right here, basically just setting it like this. So like that, and then we'll just go ahead and paste it so that we're basically just setting the value here. So we're gonna say basically it's just gonna be a quick flash like that. So it's kind of like, and I kind of want it to change colors actually. I think that that would be kind of cool. You know, like just like kind of like a rainbowish type thing here. Let's go ahead and do this in about 1 second here. And we will actually go ahead and get this like, let's get this like it's actually like moving here. Let's make a cake like a couple seconds to actually turn it normal. Okay. Let's try that. Maybe a little bit faster when it comes to that. So, okay, anyways, like it's gonna go like that. So let's go ahead and basically what we'll do to get that to go faster, we'll click on mechanics. We will go ahead and click on win anim, and then we're just going to debug. We're gonna make sure it only plays once. We're gonna set the example rate to 120, just to see that. So just like that. So we'll just go ahead and type in here win anim. Make sure we're not in debug anymore. We'll scroll over down to our score. We'll add our win animation. Drag our mechanics object into this animation section here. So now we have our screen moving here. Add a sound effect. hits it. Hits it again. Okay. Did not play our animation because we did not actually set it to play it. Which I forgot about. So basically, we're gonna say score animate. We're gonna go down. We're gonna scroll down, and we can add a bunch of stuff. We can like set it to like. So we're basically gonna say play, and then we're gonna say win anim, just like that. Now, there's a bunch of different things we could do. Like we could do like player one wins, or like player one sound effects. Well, basically it would be like player one wins, or some crap like that. But we really don't have enough time to do all that because it takes hours and hours and hours, and we don't exactly have all the time in the world. So, gonna have Control S, save it, and we will now go ahead and let's go ahead and try it. Let's see if it works well. Well, that was unexpected. So, let's go ahead. Player one went. Okay, we put it in the scoring. Put it in the scoring. Which, that's not a bad idea. We can have a scoring play like that or something. But we gotta have it like I don't know. We can do it, but we also can't. Like we have to do it a little bit different. So play what? Okay, wait, what? We kept it there on accident. Whoopsies. Okay, sure, delete that, save. Let's try that again. Okay, end game score. Okay. Okay. What's happening there? Make sure we clear our player press real quick. Make sure we don't have that set to play on awake. It's not playing our sound when we win. When we score. Oh, that's why. We accidentally erased that. So, you play our score or win animation. When we win, when we die, we die. So, if we go ahead and play our game now, we actually have a playable Pong. Have sound effects, sound design, bunch of different things. You can actually play. When the player wins, they play a nice little animation. When the animation is done, the game starts. If you go ahead and stop playing, and then you play again, you save your wins. Press options. You can set the option, you can set the background to be different. You start the game, you can change the option, you can change the background at any time. You can mute the microphone, you can mute everything. You can't mute the wind sounds because we actually just didn't set it to. But all you have to do for that is just go over here to our options, effects, and then we just want to go ahead and add. Basically, we're just going to add mechanics, audio source, and volume. That's all. That's all we do. And then now we can actually press pause, options, mute, 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 back, resume. And now we actually also won't hear when we score. So that is actually going to be it for this session. It was a very long one, a lot longer than I was expecting. So if you did enjoy, make sure to like, follow, and rate, and a bunch of different things. I hope to see you all in the last session, which will be the next one. Alright guys, so today we're going to be doing the final and by far the quickest session in all of our series. So we're going to be working on build settings, and build settings are very fast and quick. So basically, you're going to click File, and you're going to go here to Build Settings like this. Now, you can build in a number of places: PC, Mac, Linux, standalone, Universal, Windows. You can build anywhere as long as you have the right files to do it. So you're gonna basically, you'll see you have this stuff here, and then you'll have build and run, and then player settings. Let's go ahead and click on that player settings section here. Let's maximize this project settings part. So our company name, we'll call it UD Tutorials. We'll say Pong for the product name, and then version 0.1 will work for that. Texture 2D, we actually need to go ahead and let's have a icon for the game, which we could just use. Let's just use this space icon here thing. We can also do cursors, but we don't need cursors really because we're not doing much. But you see you have all your icons here. You can do any icon just however you want. You just have to click select and then search your picture. See, like that. We're gonna do that one. Actually, we'll do this. We'll do this. That'll be our icon for the game. So resolution and presentation, full screen mode. This basically asks if it's gonna automatically full screen. And you'll see there's a thing called resolution dialog somewhere around here. Supported aspect ratios, it shows all the aspect ratios which is supported. If we go ahead and you'll see this is called the splash screen. If we click on game, you can see it. If we go ahead and we preview what we have the Unity logo here, but then we can add our own logo, which can be really anything. So like we can have it there, like a space type thing, or we could do all sequential so that we can make Unity's logo play and then our logo play. So our logo, Unity, and then our logo, whatever logo you want to actually set there. We'll do this. And then this weird line. That's not really what you should do, it's just to show. And you can make this like 10 seconds each logo, I would recommend that. But then we have a bunch more settings over here, which like a blur background image, all that stuff. Other settings. So we have a bunch of different settings here. You don't really need to mess with a lot of these unless you're doing certain things, but for this we won't really need to mess with a lot of these. XR settings we don't need, that's for VR. Resolution and presentation. Where is it? Run in background. I think that's really everything. There's not really that much to mess with when it comes to this, except for quality settings, which we only really need to have one quality setting. That's ultra for this one, which full res, and you don't have to have any of these because these are all mostly for 3D. Let's go ahead and make sure everything's good in here. Audio. This is where you can set like audio sounds like what do you basically, like if you want to set the volume to be higher than 1 or lower than 1, not higher than 1, just lower than 1, you can do that. And if you have a render pipeline, you have to put this stuff in here and you can edit all that stuff, but we don't have that much. So let's go ahead and all we need to do is click build and run. Now, what build and run will do here is we will basically create a new project here. New. We're just basically going to we're going to make a new folder called builds. I'll drag this into my tutorial part. Click select folder. Oh, I selected tutorials on accident. Whoopsies. Well, now it's going to actually build 4 into that. See, it shouldn't take that long considering the fact that we don't have that much, so it should take like maybe 5 minutes. Like, not even really. This right here, building is going to be the most, probably going to be one of the longest things you'll do, but you see, look how fast that did it. So, we have our game now. We have this here. We have our little stupid little icon, and then it goes into the game. So I actually forgot to change this to this. So let's go ahead and we will retry that. You guys will notice that I have my Git repository stuff up. That is because I kind of have been trying to get my crap to work. So we have Pong here. Run that. See, we have the game. And you see the background is actually working nicely. Pause, we can actually change the okay, that's a bug. Okay, apparently we didn't set our buttons right. Because the buttons are actually kind of just weird. They're not like changing. That is because we have this. Let's just set this to the middle here, like that. And let's make sure we have all this stuff to. No, we don't want options. We don't want our options to do that. We don't want our pause menu to actually like stretch. We just want it to stay the same. Otherwise, the buttons will freak out and get odd and just really wonky. Let's try that better. Okay. What's happening there? That's a real question. Something's happening there. Maybe we do want it to. Is that what it is? Something's messing up here. Let's go ahead and figure out what's up. Huh. I'm not sure what's going on there. Let's just make it scale screen size. Maybe that'll fix it a little bit. Maybe if we set them to separate canvases, maybe that'll fix it. Huh. Okay, that fixed it. So just drag these out and just set them to scale with screen size as well, and then that should all work. And then we'll just click build and run again, and it should take a couple seconds, but then it will actually build and run. So there's a bug. That's why we want to build before we ever send out our changes. We always want to make sure that we have built it a couple times and play tested it to bug test it. So now if we press pause, options, change the background, options, space, just the music down a little bit, we have an actual playable game. And yeah, it's actually kind of fun, not gonna lie. But yeah, so now we actually have a game that is playable. And again, that's That's just a small thing. I wouldn't recommend ever publishing this under like your name or anything because it's just not a great idea. It's just a lawsuit waiting to happen. But if you do want to, you can rename it to like Plong or something or Plunk or something. I don't know. But anyways, that was it for this entire project. I hope you all did enjoy. If you did, follow, check out my other projects. And yeah, that was pretty fun. There were some curves that we had to figure out, but in the end, we got a fully working game. So if you did enjoy, well, that's good. You guys can clone the repository in the clone thingy. I don't know how else to explain it. Anyways, guys, hope you all enjoyed this series, and yeah, peace.